My name is Keith Bray, and I'm the reporter appointed by Scottish ministers to consider this called-in application for planning permission in principle for Phase 1 of the International Business Gateway site for mixed-use development associated works, including car parking, servicing, access in public realm at all at land near Eastfield Road in Edinburgh. After these hearings, I am to report back to ministers with my recommendation. I've already briefed you on our room situation that might change during the course of these hearings. Two of my colleagues are here today from the DPA, sitting at the back, Rosie and Stuart. They're here really simply to observe for training and development purposes. They'll play no part in the decision-making process or writing up my report. But you might see me talking to them at lunch and breaks, so that's who I'm talking to. Ewan and Graham are also here today, and they are sorting out our webcasting and operating the technology that allows us to be online. Today's hearing is being recorded simultaneously, so that anyone not able to attend today will be able to watch it on the DPA website. As I said at the pre-examination meeting, webcasting is part of the strategy to enhance public access to the planning appeals process. It makes it easier for individuals to observe and keep up to date with proceedings, and we aim to record as many oral processes, that's hearings and inquiries, as possible. Today the camera will be pointed towards the participants and myself. I don't think the camera will catch many people in the audience, so no need to worry about that. Can I just check that everyone can hear me, that the system's working? That's good. When you speak, turn on your microphone. When you're finished, switch it off. That's to ensure that we can pick up everything that you say. You operate it by pressing the big red button in the middle, and the light goes red. Try not to move. In fact, don't move the microphone by the neck, because Ewan gets very angry at that point because it damages the equipment. Is there any questions regarding filming of proceedings today? Everyone quite happy and used to that? Okay. I'm going to take a slight break, and I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves. But just before that, we do have Ms. Lorna Watson here today, who had indicated at the PEM, although not attended, that she did plan to attend the hearings, and has very recently confirmed she wished to confirm attendance at all three hearings. And Ms. Watson will be resting on her original submissions as making a representation, so we didn't require a hearing statement. So is everyone content that Ms. Watson takes part? Okay. Right, I'll start off with the applicant, and then we'll just go round the table.
Thank you, sir. My name is Neil Collar. I'm a solicitor representing the applicant. I'm accompanied today by Robert Newton from Avison Young, who's the planning consultant for the applicant, and then to his left, Mr. Douglas Bissett from WSP, and he's the transportation consultant.
I'm Lorna Watson. I'm a member of the public, and I live within the vicinity.
Good morning, reporter and participants. My name is Alistair McKee. I'm a solicitor with the law firm Anderson Strathern. I'm representing Edinburgh Airport Limited. I'm accompanied on my right by Kevin Martin, who is a transport consultant, and on his right by Stephen Swan, who is legal director at Edinburgh Airport Limited.
Good morning. I'm Graham Nelson, solicitor for the council. To my left is Elaine Campbell, the team manager for the relevant planning area. To my right is Francis Newton, planning officer, and further right is Matthew Simpson, a transport officer. Thanks.
Okay. Well, that seems to be everyone that we expected today, so thank you for that. During proceedings, I may just refer to you as applicant, airport and council, and Ms. Watson. So just to make it simple and I don't get names wrong, I'll just refer to you in short. I'd like to thank all the parties for adhering to what was a reasonably challenging timescale to get to the hearings in terms of hearing timetables. But that's what we have to do if we try and get reports to ministers within reasonable time. So thank you for doing that. Moving on to housekeeping. Fire escape. There's one straight out there behind Mr. Collar, or out the other door beside the toilets. There's a double door, and make your way around to the car park at the front. There is a standard fire drill practice at 11 o'clock. It'll only last for a short period of time. It shouldn't disturb us, but don't be alarmed if you hear the alarm. The nearest defibrillator is in the reception, just in case we have to use that, but that is in the reception, so just for your information. Please turn off your mobiles or put them to silent. Make sure you use the microphones. Ewan has an ability to turn people on and off, and he assures me he won't do that, certainly when I'm speaking, but try to remember to press the button so we can capture everything that you say and it will be broadcast. As I said at the start, have a look to see which room we're in tomorrow at the boards at the reception area. We're joined tomorrow by Transport Scotland, who will be attending the hearing tomorrow only. Okay. Now to how the discussion will be led, and I know this will be very familiar to many, but I will go through it, and we'll try to keep the words reasonably brief. We agreed procedures at the pre-examination meeting for this called-in application, and today we're starting the hearing processes. Tomorrow we're going to deal with transportation, on Thursday conditions and legal agreement, and obviously today it's policy. I've carried out some site visits in advance of these, and I thank you for gathering together a list of places of interest for me, so thank you for that. The discussion will be a structured discussion. I've tried to adhere to your request to have a fairly detailed agenda. Today's agenda is more detailed than the other two, but I've tried to expand as much as I can to give you as many clues as possible as to what questions I will be asking. I don't look for any formal presentation of cases, no cross-examination. I'll start off by asking a question of one of the parties, and then ask the other parties if they have a view on it. Don't feel you have to respond if you've already indicated in writing or you have no comment, but it's likely, given the subject, I mean, just a heads up for the council, it's likely to be in the order of the council, the airport, and then the applicant, generally speaking, as we go through. So that's just a little heads up on that one. If you've got any comments or questions as the discussion progresses, that's fine, but please make sure that the questions come through me as the chair. Please let everyone finish their point, even if you strongly disagree with what they're saying. In fact, probably more important in that case, please do not interrupt, or I might have to intervene. But I'm not expecting to have to intervene at all during the processes. I'm sure you'll all be well behaved. I'm not going to single out any member in your team. I'll just direct the question to your team, and you can decide who answers. Or maybe one or two people or more would wish to answer. I'll leave that up to the team leaders to determine. We have got space in the agenda for some concluding remarks, and that was agreed at the PEM. However, that should be focused to points and matters raised today, and we'll revisit that at the end of the agenda, if you're all content with that, just to see whether or not all the parties need the opportunity for 10 minutes of summing up or closing remarks. But I have included it on the agenda. Please bear in mind that everything you tell me today is evidence, and I may need to include it in my report to ministers. You'll see me taking notes. I may have to pause. I'll be scanning through the tablet to get any documents. If you need time to get documents or to gather thoughts, then please let me know. We'll try to adopt a reasonably brisk pace, but if you need time, please let me know. Do you all have a copy of the agenda, by the way? Is everyone is watching got a copy of the agenda? Okay. I have spare if needs be. Okay. The final part in the introduction is D, any procedural matters. That's really about a timetable for today. Plan to break maybe about 11:30 for 15 minutes, but we'll be flexible about that. And lunch at 1 o'clock, if that suits everyone. We may well be finished before that, or we may come back after lunch. We'll just need to be flexible. Has anyone got any particular time constraints today that they would like to flag up? No. Okay, that's fine. But I do expect to be finished around lunch or just after. But it really does just depend how the discussion goes. Is there any final questions before we get into the agenda proper? Is there any questions about procedures that you would like to raise?
So, not particularly about procedures, but the airport, if I may refer to EL as the airport, so that's your terminology, wishes to remind you, sir, and the other principal parties to this set of hearings, and to put it on the record, that the airport's consistent stance in this matter has been that the applicants have failed to provide a standalone compliant transport assessment. As neither the Council nor the applicants are minded to agree to pausing these proceedings or assisting them to enable such an assessment to be undertaken, I do need to reserve the airport's right to make a claim for expenses against both of those parties, jointly, severally. Now, if I'm going to do so, I'll do so before the conclusion of the third hearing session on Thursday, sir.
Okay. Any other points about procedures before we move on? No? Okay. Item 2 then, the development plan. I'll try to refer to the document numbers as we're going through. We don't always need to look at the documents, but the first question is really straightforward with regard to the development plan and its status. So CES plan, which is CDO4, and the local development plan, CDO5. I just want to clarify the parties' understanding. CES plan is now out of date. Would you agree with that statement with regard to when it was prepared, perhaps for the Council? That's a CES plan, I think, 2013.
Yes, the ministers failed to endorse the second iteration of CES plan. We fall back onto S plan SDP1, which was approved in 2013. There is a report for the Council being prepared for a March committee in terms of the actions going forward of CES plan. But yes, it's currently out of date.
Currently out of date, thank you. For the airport?
Yes, sir. CES Plan 2 was rejected by the ministers on the 16th of May of last year. And this is important for you to record, sir, primarily because they were not satisfied that the plan had been informed by an adequate and timely transport appraisal. I think the reasons for rejection are obviously specific to CES Plan 2, but they are relevant in the sense that the Council did less than what was required by way of transport appraisal. CES Plan 1 remains the part of the development plan, sir. Obviously, it is, well, it's approved in 2013, so it becomes less relevant through time, but it is still relevant to your decision. As a matter of fact, the other element of the development plan is the Edinburgh LDP 2016, which is a core document. And I think the policies that are relevant to the development, we'll call that the IBG, are listed actually in the report of handling, so, which is also a core document. There are some policies which are more sort of relevant to the airport stance here, which require the specific delivery of a transport assessment, but there are clearly other policies which are relevant to the assessment of the IBG development in the round.
Thank you. I mean, today I'm just concentrating on the policies and areas that I need to question on and thoroughly aware of the wider. So, for the applicant, CES plan currently out of date.
I'll let Mr Newton maybe just confirm that. Just to pick up on Mr McKee's comment regarding CES Plan 2 and the rejection by the ministers. As he said, primarily that was because of problems with transport appraisal. My recollection, sir, is the ministers were not particularly specific about what those problems are. So it's difficult for us today to take much from that other than just, as Mr McKee said, that is the reason given in general terms by the ministers. I don't know if Mr Newton maybe wants to just confirm the point about the status of the CES Plan 1.
Very simply, sir, yes. Apologies out of date. Yeah.
Ms Watson, do you have anything to say, sir? Okay. And the council?
Just a simple point of clarification. Clearly, it's the CES Plan Authority that it was rejected, and not the council, because it's a strategic planning authority.
Thank you. In terms of the development plan, the developer contributions and infrastructure delivery supplementary guidance, that's CD06, and the Edinburgh design guidance, CD07, which have been mentioned in this case, are not adopted supplementary guidance for the development plan, and the Scottish ministers have recently directed that the developer contributions and infrastructure delivery supplementary guidance is not to be adopted. We'll go into the detail of that later on in the agenda, but just want to just clarify those facts with you, that the supplementary guidance, those two supplementary guidance weren't adopted, and indeed the developer contributions and infrastructure delivery supplementary guidance has been directed not to be adopted. Just want to make sure that that's correct, that the Edinburgh design guidance, for example, hasn't been adopted as part of the local development plan.
No, sorry, yes, correct in terms of the developer contributions guideline was rejected by ministers, and the council are taking different steps. I think we'll get into that possibly on the third day when we're looking at developer contributions and the basis for them. I don't want to necessarily.
I have some questions today and on Thursday on that.
Okay, so yes, that was rejected. The Edinburgh design guidance, while it's not adopted as a statutory supplementary guidance, it has been through our committee process and considered by the councillors, and forms part of a material consideration in supporting any applications that we consider. And that goes through a sort of an iterative process quite regularly. It's not a document that stands still. There's a more recent version has just gone up to committee in the last 3 weeks as well, so it does evolve over time.
I'm just seeking to clarify what is part of the development plan at the airport.
So that generally accords with the airport's understanding of what is and what is not part of the development plan. Obviously, the supplementary guidance has not been fully adopted, so it's a material consideration for now. One point I was going to just mention, sir, is that in the agenda we don't seem to have a reference to planning policy, adopted planning policy, of which I suppose WETA is the most relevant one today, and I felt that it would be helpful to at least discuss what policy principles or requirements emerge from that policy. Where I'm going to, sir, is quite clearly WETA has been adopted by the council. It's been used by the council in its determination and adopted by the applicants. And it like the development plan, points unequivocally to the requirement for standalone separate transport assessments, sir.
I think you'll find as we go through the agenda, those matters will likely come out. I'm sure you'll remind me if I don't, Mr. McKee. And for the applicant, in terms of the supplementary guidance, is that your understanding? Okay. I'm just watching. No. Okay. Under item 3, I will ask a couple of questions about the implications of the Scottish Minister's direction on the supplementary guidance. So that's just a heads up with regard to what's coming under item 3. So item B, 2B now, is just agreement on the principle of the IBG, if we can use that terminology. Based on what I've seen, can I work on the basis that the principle of the IBG on the application site is accepted within the context of the development plan? Not necessarily looking for extensive answers here, just clarification from the Council's point of view. The principle is accepted both in the SDP and the LDP.
Yes, that's correct. The principle will be supported through the SDP and the LDP, primarily LDP policy M6, which sets out the particular issues relating to the principle of an international business gateway development.
And the airport?
Yes, sir, that's the position of Edinburgh Airport, sir. There are obviously some matters to discuss about its status as a national development, but that appears later on, and I'll address you on that at the relevant time, sir.
And the applicant?
Yes, sir, I agree with the points that have been made. Can just clarify one point as it relates to principle, and that is in relation to just something I've picked up in relation to one of the core documents, core document 9, and apologies for not bringing this to your attention earlier, is the 2003 version of the West Edinburgh Planning Framework. It's now obviously been withdrawn by ministers, but there was a later version, 2008, which I don't think is present in the core documents. The relevance of that is that as that document evolved to the 2008 version, we see the IBG proposals forming a key part of the vision and the objectives for West Edinburgh as a national asset.
So just to assist on that point, because I have some knowledge of the West Edinburgh planning policies, I think the policy, the most recent expression of policy is 2011, because the 2008 West Edinburgh Planning Framework was then adjusted or altered as a result of the West Edinburgh the West Edinburgh Transport Appraisal refresh. The West Edinburgh Transport Assessment it will have been, and so the latest version is 2011, I think, not 2008.
Nonetheless, I think all the parties agreed at the PM that the West Edinburgh Planning Framework is no longer. Yeah, so it's not. It's merely context. For me, it's not really
absolutely
relevant consideration. So. Do we also agree that the principle of the development of the site is subject to the general principles and specific policy caveats of the development plan? Councillor.
Yes, we would agree. Yeah.
And the airport?
Yes, sir, that's an inevitable interpretation of the local development plan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Watson.
I don't know whether this fits into this part or not, but it's to do with the IBG master plan versus the local development plan. The height of the buildings are the prevailing height of the building across the development is supposed to be 4-storey. And when you look at the master plan for IBG, that kind of set about 22 metres. But also within the local development plan, it stated that towards the green edge, and there are 2 green edges, there's one at the south and one at the east side. So the buildings towards that end would then drop in height. And looking at the plan, that doesn't happen. Looking at the local development plan, that's the statement it makes, and the IPG is still at 22 metres, 26 metres at that corner, which is towards the green space that's been indicated on the plan.
Okay. Thank you for making these points. I mean, matters with regard to height and design have been made in representations and have and will take note of those. But thank you for making those points for me. So item C, again with the local development plan, EMP6 that has just been referenced. Is that the definitive development plan position on uses that should be considered acceptable at the IBG site? So EMP6 of the local development plan, should that be considered the definitive guidance in terms of uses?
That's the relevant part of the policy.
That's core document 5. And the question is really with regard to uses, is that the definitive position with regard to uses on the site?
I think it was just sort of examining the use of the word, so strongly emphasis on the word definitive. I think I was just considering, in terms of policy EMP6, that does set out the following uses are supported within principle and gives the range of uses. Definitive is quite a strong definition, I think, in terms of the policy, and there may be a use that's not listed within there that would come forward within the future as you're developing a place, as you're looking at the development of such a large master plan site. I know we've got a specific list of uses within a PPP, but definitive to me seems quite strong when we look at a development plan as a whole, and not in isolation of one single policy.
But can you confirm that that's the local development plan position on the uses that are supported on the IBG site then? Yeah, if I change my wording.
Yeah, so that is the uses that are identified within EMP6 for the development plan.
And the airport?
So I would generally agree with that. Obviously, what Elaine's trying to say, I think, is that obviously that's where the development is nested, but any development coming forward needs to be assessed against all of the relevant policies of the plan. So we're not just concentrating on EMP6. There is a matter which I think is relevant here, sir, because you have made, you've actually got the National Planning Framework 3 here as a reference in the agenda. And it's quite interesting because it did cause me to have a look at this morning. And whilst in the round, an employment use, the business use aspect of this development would ordinarily be national development, and it's identified as national development in the National Planning Framework 3, sir. The actual heading of this national development is a strategic airport enhancement, and that's what it's called. Now, if the IBG development...
Can I perhaps, sorry to be come in, but I'm actually going to ask the question later on the agenda, is it a national development? So would that be relevant to that?
I'll just see it on here. I thought better just...
It's coming up later on the agenda. A very direct question, which I think is okay. Thank you. For the applicant.
Just to pick up briefly, sir, the point that the council made with regard to ancillary uses. you'll note, sir, under policy EMP6, the third bullet point down, referring to such as the Council pointed out, as a development of this scale and nature evolves, you would expect the ancillary uses to evolve also. Obviously, it's just picking up on a couple of examples there, and as has already been mentioned, as they come forward, they would be assessed against the relevant policies of the plan.
And a follow-up question: is it fair to say that that NPF3 and CES plan and the wider LDP has been distilled into policy EMP6? Is it fair to say that EMP6 is an interpretation of the uses envisaged by NPF3 and CES plan?
Yeah, I think that would be fair. The supporting text to policy EMP6 refers back to the National Planning Framework specifically, and the Strategic Design Framework as well.
And for the airport?
So agreed, subject to the caveat that the National Planning Framework only gives support to business uses, not the other many listed uses within the overall development description, sir.
Thank you. And the applicant?
Yes. Agree with the point you were making, sir. As you'll have no doubt picked up, what EMP6 also does is direct you to other policies of the plan which confer support for specific uses, whether that be, for example, EMP 10 in relation to hotel use, or HOW 1 in relation to housing as a component of the master plan proposals.
Okay. And Ms. Monson, do you have anything to comment? Okay. Slightly trickier question now, perhaps. The policy EMP6 says that mixed use to be business-led for development on the site. What is meant by business-led? First of all, for the Council.
I think in the context of IBG, primarily it would be business and employment uses under Class 4. As part of the master planning process, Class 6 uses were also considered. But I think given the nature of the master plan that was prepared, you didn't really feel that Class 6 storage and distribution uses would necessarily be appropriate to the kind of environment we're looking to create. So I would say primarily Class 4.
And does business-led mean more than 50% of Class 4, or are we just to go with the phrase business-led again for the Council?
Well, the applicant has actually identified 122,000 square metres of business floor space, and that would represent 58% of the development quantum. So it's just shy of 60%.
My question was more about what the policy is aiming to do, rather than what the specific proposals are. It's just that if there was any qualification anywhere that indicated what business-led was about. But if you've got anything supplementary to add, then please do so. But I can go round the table.
To add to that, could I just refer to the relevant documentation?
If it is just the case that the statement in the development plan stands as it is business-led, and there's no further clarification that you want me to point to, then I'm happy to move on.
I think that the supporting text within EMP6 also then starts to state that the main purpose of IBG is to attract inward investment and create new jobs for Scotland, and on that very basis it's a business-led development of the site. It's not an allocated housing site within the local development plan where it's focusing in on housing delivery. It's definitely focusing in on that business activity and sort of the business inward investment.
It wasn't a trick question. I think it was just to establish whether or not there was some guidance or thought behind what the business-led actually meant in practice. Airport, do you have any comments to make?
Sir, obviously, the issue of planning policy has to be interpreted in accordance with Tesco against the Dundee City Council. What that means, sir, is it needs to be interpreted objectively, having regard to the proper context. And looking at the words business-led, in my view, it obviously means that the housing is subsidiary or ancillary to the primary use, which is business use, primarily class 4, I would say. One may take also into that the business should come first. And I think Elaine has been fair enough to say that it's not an allocated housing site, it's an allocated employment site with support being given, I think, possibly by way of cross-funding to a degree of housing and other uses.
Thank you. To the applicant now.
Not much more to add, sir, other than to agree generally with the points that the council made, that I believe that what is in front of you is a business-led mixed-use proposal as set out in the terms of policy MP6. It is just worth mentioning as well that the IBG as a proposal in terms of its origins obviously goes back many years. We know that as with policy trends in terms of development needs, requirements, etc., during that time period don't stand still, they continue to evolve, and I appreciate it's something we may come on to later on today, but what the master plan was seeking to achieve is a move away from a mono-use business park model to more of a business-led mixed-use development. That was in the interests of good placemaking, which obviously finds strong support from various strands of Scottish Government policy. So, yes, in simple terms, I think you made the reference greater than 50%. That's one form of measurement in terms of it being a business-led development. But I just wanted to emphasise the type of place that the applicant is seeking to create also, and which finds support within EMP6.
Mr. Martin, policy EMP6, we discussed that that's the range of uses that are supported by the development plan. Does it allow for retail uses to the council?
So would it be okay if I just expanded on my answer from previously?
Yes, and I may then go round to the other parties just to double check that they don't want to add anything.
Do refer to the report of handling and in CES plan the West Edinburgh Strategic Development Area, which is further reflected through the LDP. The West Edinburgh SDA is an internationally recognised area of economic importance, incorporating the airport. And the SDP identifies the area as an attractive location for inward investment as well as airport expansion proposals. So I think that really reinforces that principle of business-led use. It does refer to the other key land uses in West Edinburgh, but critically it does emphasise the creation of an international business gateway, not the word business.
Thank you. Does any other party want to come in after that contribution from the council? No, the airport. No.
There's certainly reference to a mixed use as well as the employment use. I'm assuming that the council are inferring mixed use may include retail as well, sir, and housing. It's undefined.
Okay, so I'll return to the question with regard to EMP6, and does it allow for retail use, and that's for the council.
Thank you, sir. I think it's back to this use of uses ancillary to an international business development. The report of handling sets out the quantum of retail use in the context of the whole site in terms of these ancillary uses, of which retail falls one part of that, and it represents only 2% of the overall quantum of development. Within EMP6, it says that all IBG proposals must accord with the development principles and other relevant local development plan policies. So I would therefore refer you to RET 6 in terms of out-of-centre retail development. The policies there, where it sets a set of criteria in terms of retailing would only be permitted provided it had been demonstrated, various different steps within there for your retailing, and on this basis we've taken it as an ancillary retail of a scale that's appropriate to support the functioning of the place.
And for the airport?
Well, sorry, looking at RET 6, clearly there's a certain test that needs to be established, a policy test in terms of an out-of-town centre retail development. Appreciate if it forms 2%, that's a relatively small percentage of this. So, the airport's case is in regard to not so much the mix of the use, sir, but whether the effects have been properly assessed in transport terms, which we believe it has not. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. As you appreciate, I've got to look across all matters and report on all matters to the ministers. Applicant?
Yeah, just briefly, sir, I agree with the points made by the council. Bullet point, the third bullet point, where it refers to uses ancillary to international business development. I don't believe that the way that bullet point is phrased excludes consideration and support if other policies are assessed, which I'll briefly come on to, of retail use. It's referring, as it says, such as child nursery facilities, restaurants, etc., etc. An element, a minor element, as has been explained, of retail use has been proposed in the interests of creating an attractive place in which to work, to live and visit, and to assist with the placemaking attributes of the overall site. With regards to the principle of a retail use and whether it is acceptable in light of relevant policies, the policy statement that we submitted addresses in detail the requirements of RET 6, and I was just, if you just bear with me, please, locating the paragraph. Yes, 2.19 onwards of the policy hearing statement from the applicant that in our submission demonstrates that the provisions of that policy as it relates to the extent of retail use proposed in this case squarely meets the requirements of that part of the LDP.
Sir, could I point, sir? Just looking at policy EMP6 in the round, sir, it does list a number of uses other than business uses, and I agree that it does talk about uses ancillary to business uses. It mentions child nursery facilities, restaurants, health and sports clubs. One would have thought, sir, in my submission, that if retail was to be included, one would have expected it to be listed there, albeit as a minor component. But that's just a point in terms of policy interpretation, sir.
Council.
I think just going back to Alistair's point about the Tesco interpretation, really on this, the phraseology there is such as child nursery facilities, restaurants and health and sports clubs. It's quite clearly not a closed list of listing every possible ancillary use.
Well, we may go into this a little bit more with regard to the wording of one of the conditions, and I'll just let you know that was one of the reasons why I asked the question, so that once we come to the conditions hearing, I may ask the implications of the wording of one of the conditions, although that's not a matter for today, but useful that you're aware of that. Okay, item D now, that's the level of housing supported. Are any limits on housing? A little preamble here. We'll be aware that SES plan says that housing is supported at strategic employment sites, subject to justification in the local development plan. So I need to be clear when I'm reporting back to ministers what the development plan says with regard to housing, alongside a range of other matters I'll be reporting back on. The local development plan clearly indicates that housing can be a component of business-led mixed use, and discussed what that might mean. The IBG is listed on table 4, in the LDP as an opportunity for housing, again as a component of business-led mixed use. This is to be subject to further consideration through a master plan process, and contributing to placemaking, sustainable development and a range of other matters. But there's no specific figure given in terms of the scale of housing proposed. I think in previous versions of the plan there might have been indications on the scale of the number of units over the IBG as a whole, but I just want to be sure that the adopted LDP doesn't give any clues as to the scale of housing, other than it's to be a component of business-led mixed use, given that there had been numbers put aside in the past.
The position in the LDP, the table 4, it is quite unusual that it doesn't give a particular figure compared to the other sites which are primarily residential-led. It does stress, however, that numbers of housing units will be confirmed through a master plan process. In this case, extensive master planning has been undertaken over a number of years to establish what an appropriate level of residential within the site might be. It was eventually assumed that a level of 21%, or just shy of 400 units, would be an appropriate level of residential development for the site, and it was felt that that wouldn't affect the business primacy of the development, but at the same time residential use could achieve that mixed use element, and also contribute towards a stronger place. So in the report of handling, the Council concluded that the proposed level of development was considered appropriate and addressed relevant LDP requirements. However, maximum levels of residential development should have been restricted by condition to ensure that the residential component does not dilute the business-led development of the site.
And that, you mentioned there a figure of 21%. Being assessed as what was appropriate. Perhaps you could give me just a reference from where that comes from, and also clarify whether that's over the whole site of the IBG or phase 1.
That would be essentially phase 1, to which the applicant is seeking planning permission in principle for. Phase 2 has not actually been subject to an application yet. And whilst the level of master planning has been undertaken there, that's not yet manifested itself in an actual application or an agreed level of residential.
But you indicated that there was a conclusion somewhere by someone that 21% was the figure. I'm just looking. I may have overlooked it. Can't recall seeing that. So I'm just looking for a reference where that figure is set out in any of the supporting documents.
Essentially, when that figure was informed through the master planning process, which was undertaken, and the various sort of permutations of the level of residential use were considered as part of that. Also, appropriate locations within the site for residential as well.
Thank you. Mr. McKee.
I thought I'd heard that there was 2% housing. Is it 21%? Maybe I'm going deaf, is it? That's
It's
21%.
The 2% with the ancillary uses is from earlier on. The number of units is just shy of 400.
Okay, so that's the 21% is relating to housing over and above the ancillary. That's fine, sir. I understand it now. Well, it certainly seems sensible, sir, if there's no condition setting sort of numerical parameters. That's a matter which we can discuss on Thursday, sir. That's for housing.
And the applicant?
Yes, not much to add other than, as the council have outlined, the nature and scale of housing as a component of business-led mixed-use development has been subject to a very lengthy master planning exercise, and the resulting proposals which are before you are considered to be a positive response to the comments section in Table 4 in terms of place-making interests, achieving sustainable development objectives, obviously with regard to access to public transport, etc., and respecting the primary role of the site as business-led, as we've touched on at 21% of the overall development quantum.
So just to be clear, that the LDP, when it indicated that further consideration be through a master plan process, you envisage that through the consideration of master plans for applications in the future. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that would be the case.
I think it would be helpful for the council to, and through you, sir, just to illustrate how at what stage it intends to impose the conceptual master plan, and conceptual means conceptual, but in what way that's sort of embedded in the conditions, and obviously is the development going to change? That's I suppose the point I'm making. It's easy to say it will be master planned incrementally through the kind of AMC stage in phases, but to what extent is the parameters of the development set at the moment, if ministers were minded to approve it through a master plan? Is that master plan binding? That's really what I'm slightly struggling with, sir.
As I think you'll guess, I think that's probably something that we will discuss on Thursday, because it relates directly to conditions around implementation and phasing. So we will likely have a discussion on that on Thursday. Applicant, have you got anything to add to that comment?
I'll save the majority for Thursday, other than to say that following detailed dialogue with the council, the matters referred to by the airport are captured in conditions. It was always the intention that, unlike perhaps other applications for planning permission in principle, that there would be a number of parameters fixed, approved, whatever you want to call it, at the PPP stage, to ensure that what you see in the master plan is carried forward to the AMSC stage. And as I say, that's reflected obviously in conditions, which is for Thursday.
Well, thank you for those contributions. That's useful context actually for Thursday. Ms Watson, have you got anything particular to add?
I was just going to say, if the housing is going to be set in phase 1 to about 21%, surely that would have a knock-on effect to the amount of retail that would be required within the area.
Well, let's ask the council if you've got any comment on that.
I think as far as retail provision is concerned, we discussed before about the 2% level. We also considered floor space, the maximum unit size. We did do a sort of comparative study of sort of convenience store formats to actually support a element of residential use at IBG. So we do feel that the level of retail use that has been identified is broadly appropriate and would allow a community to be supported.
I think it's also important to note the connectivity of the site in terms of the tram and the network there. You're only 3 stops away from the Gyle, which is one of our significant retail destinations as well, that provides that range of units, and then also down to Hermiston Gate as well. So, you know, you're within a 10-minute journey time on the tram to significant retail destinations, and this is not anticipated to be a retail destination. It's definitely the ancillary supportive convenience store that Francis has outlined.
And I'm sure we'll get onto connectivity in great detail tomorrow. Okay, I'll move on to master planning. That's item E, 2E. I just need to understand the development plan position with regard to what's expected for the IBG site as a whole in terms of master planning. And a key matter for me is whether there's any policy requirement to master plan the whole site, or does the local development plan accept partial master planning in phases? So if you could just clarify for me first, the council, just what the development plan position is on what the requirements are for master planning for the IBG site as a whole.
Okay, well, the LDP development principles stress that the IBG must be master planned and developed in a phased manner. Then we need to look at the West Edinburgh Strategic Design Framework for more guidance in terms of how that master planning is approached. The West Edinburgh Strategic Design Framework 7.2 acknowledges that a master plan should be prepared for the whole of the Phase 1 area, and that has formed the basis for this particular application. The West Edinburgh Strategic Design Framework Figure 8 illustrates how the IBG as a whole could be built out over time, and it does note that further phases of IBG will be identified for future revisions to that guidance. I suppose in terms of the way the council has approached the master planning, certainly when we were undertaking the master planning for phase 1, that was pretty much concurrent with the master planning that was being undertaken for the phase 2, and that was through a Architecture and Design Scotland Design Forum series, also using the same design team. So I think as part of those processes there was a scope for coordination, as I was going to say. As I alluded to before, for various reasons, the proposals for the IBG Phase 2 haven't been farther advanced. For various reasons, the progress on that has slowed, with no planning permission in principle application coming forward to date. IBG also has a further part to it, to the east of the Gilga Burn. That's pretty much a discrete area in a different land ownership. And although a PAN was considered in 2016, there's been no further discussions with regard to master planning as part of the overall IBG.
So notwithstanding the West Edinburgh Strategic Development Framework, just focusing in on what can be regarded as the development plan, you mentioned the general principles. I think that's on page 60 of the LDP. Must be master planned and developed in phases. So does that point to a suggestion that the LDP is suggesting that the site be master planned in phases. Is that what you're saying?
Elaine will just check the exact position in relation to policy M6, but I think given the size and nature of IBG, yes, it is inevitable it would be planned in sort of discrete chunks or phases, if you like. But certainly as far as the West Edinburgh Strategic Design Framework is concerned, it does identify the current application site as an initial priority, it would seem.
I think it's just important to clarify on that page 60, within the development principles, it refers to master plan in the plural rather than in singular. So it says master plans should incorporate a mixture, which would give that inference that there's multiple master plans would be expected to come forward rather than a single master plan for the full site.
Anything to add from the airport's point of view?
Well, so you've certainly quoted the correct part of the development plan on page 60 underneath Principle 1, sir, but it does say the IBG must be master planned. It depends how you interpret master planning. I should have thought it meant planning in advance rather than doing it in a kind of backloaded manner, rather sort of in a sort of piecemeal way through AMC applications. So obviously if there's a more detailed aspect of a development and a less detailed aspect, you can still have a master plan, but with more detail in the particular phase which you are now intending to deliver. That would be my submission, sir.
With regard to the development plan, do you have any view as to what the development plan's position is on whether or not there's a policy requirement to master plan the whole site or in phases, just in terms of policy interpretation?
In terms of the principle, sir, which we've just read, it does quite clearly say it has to be master planned and developed in a phased manner. I agree, open to interpretation as to whether it can be done in a series of master plans, which is what the council and the applicant would clearly like. I'm simply making the point that certainly on one perfectly reasonable interpretation, master planning means a master of the whole thing, rather than mini master planned, as it were, sir.
And the applicant.
Sorry, could I just first very briefly go back to the retail point? I've just had one point to make.
Yes, I will, but I may ask all the parties to comment
fine.
on that.
I believe it was a point that was well made, and it relates to policy RET 6. So I'll be brief. I'm just getting the page. 122, criteria A. The proposal will address a quantitative or qualitative deficiency, or will meet the needs of an expanding residential or working population within its catchment area. That's exactly what we have here.
Thank you. Does the council or the airport or Ms Watson want to comment on that additional matter with regard to RET 6? Yeah, page 122. That's criteria A.
Well, so that's certainly criteria A, but there are also criteria B, C and D, against which a proposal, even if only a component of that proposal were retail, would require to be assessed against, sir. And those are, it's a sequential test in the sort of classic sense, sir, in B, C and D.
Do the council wish to make any comment on that?
We would have no further comments. I think we concur with the applicant's view that has been expressed.
Okay. I'll let the applicant carry on now with regard to master planning and your understanding of the development plan position with regard to phasing of master plans.
So our understanding, as has already been made by the council, is that the development principles for IBG, the expectation is that master plans, plural, would come forward for the allocation. As has already been noted, and it obviously predates the LDP, the West Edinburgh Strategic Design Framework always envisaged that a master plan would come forward for what is known as Phase 1, and that is obviously the application before you today, sir, and that concurs with the first part of the bullet point under the IBG principles, that the IBG must be master planned and developed in a phased manner. I appreciate it's a matter more for conditions on Thursday, but in response to a couple of the points made by the airport with regard to, if I understood it correctly, avoiding a piecemeal approach to master planning and not just leaving it all for the AMSC process. I can't think of another example where you have the opposite of that scenario here, especially as it relates to a PPP of this scale. We haven't left it until the AMSC process. We've made sure, as is set out in policy and dialogue with the City Council over several years, that there are a number of development parameters that would be approved at the PPP stage to ensure that the essence, if you like, of the master plan endures throughout the detailed planning stages that would follow.
Ms. Watson, do you have anything to add? I don't expect the legal agreements and conditions hearing to be short, by the way. I just thought to indicate that just now.
Sir, could I maybe back on that point, because it is an interesting and important one, particularly from the airport's perspective, sir. And obviously, I've already addressed you on, as my friend Mr. Newton has described, the concerns of piecemeal development. But the council, in its hearing statement, are now slightly evolving their position in and around to condition 8C. Now, I know we'll be dealing with this in the condition 8C session on Thursday, sir, but the council now appear to be saying that they can backload transport assessments at and when the AMC phasing stages come forward. That is a position which the airport strongly disagrees with, sir. But it is actually related to this idea of a piecemeal, unplanned development whereby the master plans coming in incrementally and the transport effects are then going to be assessed at some future point when all of the tide of national policy and development plan policy point to an assessment in advance of the proposal receiving assent.
We may touch on that later on today, but I think we'll actually touch on that over the next 2 days as well. You've taken us neatly to item F. With regard to the policy considerations for the IBG with regard to transport assessment, I need to be very clear to the ministers the policy position with regard to requirements for transport assessment. In the LDP, it mentions transport appraisals that were prepared to support the LDP. I just want to quickly double check while we're all here that in terms of the LDP, the current 2014 LDP, it was the 2010 WETA study that it informed the LDP. Is that the transport appraisal for West Edinburgh that informed the LDP for 2014?
That is the airport's understanding, sir.
Thank you.
So just for clarification, so the LDP was adopted in November 2016. I think you referred to 2014.
Sorry, my apologies, my apologies.
That's okay, I was just in a date order there. WETA was 2010. There was also transport appraisal work separate to the WETA that was prepared to inform the local development plan, as you would do in the preparation of a development plan process.
Yeah, but just generally, no, sorry, specifically with regard to West Edinburgh, in terms of transport appraisals that supported the policies and proposals and interventions that are listed in the LDP, was it predominantly the 2010 WETA study for West Edinburgh, rather than transport appraisals in general?
Yes, but as Elena says, there were wider transport appraisals that were carried out that informed the LDP.
Do you want to add anything?
Well, sir, not to forget that we did have the WETA refresh, which obviously came in 2016, which is to update matters and take account of planning transport policy and including my submission, the requirement for separate transport assessments.
We would wish to understand where WETA refresh stands in relation to this particular point, sir.
Well, that's probably why I asked the question, is that my understanding is the WETA refresh came after the adoption of the development plans. It wasn't adopted in 2014. So I just wanted to be clear that the WETA, maybe it's better to phrase the question, the WETA refresh didn't play a part in influencing the LDP.
That's correct. The WETA refresh was post the adoption and the examination into the local development plan, so it was not a basis of policy formation within the current LDP.
Thank
but
you.
Obviously those principles have moved from WETA to the WETA refresh, but in terms of the WETA refresh and the relationship to the LDP, WETA refresh was not around.
And the airport?
Yes, sir, I agree with that in terms of timing. That must be the case, but it would be important for the council to set out to what extent it considers WETA, the WETA refresh in particular, is the most up-to-date and important statement of council policy.
And we'll get on to that tomorrow. That'll be a question for tomorrow. The reason why I'm asking this question is really just to understand the proposals and the interventions that are set out in the local development plan that are listed, the transport interventions, that they've not been influenced. That list hasn't been influenced by the WETA refresh. So I've clarified that from the council, an agreement from the airport, the applicant. Do you have anything to add? No. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Watson. Okay. Okay. Let's again turn to the local development plan. Let's go to paragraph 270 in the transport section. I'll not read it all out, but you can have a read through that. But my question is a straightforward one. Would the IBGE proposal generate a significant amount of travel, or is it in a particularly traffic-sensitive location for the council? I'm hoping this is a straightforward question anyway.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And the airport?
Answer's yes to both, sir.
I assume it was yes to both for the council as well. Okay. And the applicant?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Well, that saved me reading it all out anyway. So. Okay. Does the paragraph 270 that you've all just read or in the process of reading imply that a transport assessment over and above the transport appraisals that were prepared? So does that suggest that a transport assessment is required over and above transport appraisals which have been prepared to support the LDP, which we just talked about? Just in general, not specific to this application.
We would expect a transport assessment on its own for a development, but in this case, given the development of the WETA refresh up to the WETA refresh,
we've considered that that is sufficient.
Let's leave. That's why I said just in general. We'll drill down.
Terms, what I would add is that the focus of that is about mitigation. It's about sustainable developments, and it's about tackling those impacts.
Same question to the airport. Does paragraph 70 imply that a transport assessment over and above the general appraisals that have supported the LDP is required?
I would agree with the comment that you would expect a transport assessment for the development alone. So I think the word alone is important.
If I could maybe just address you a little bit on this as well, sir. You have identified paragraph 270 of the local development plan, which states that a comprehensive transport assessment must be submitted, sir. And in my submission, that really leaves the council with no discretion and none to the minister, sir. It must be done. If it's not done, there needs to be a good explanation why not, and there would have to be reasons given, sir. The term transport assessment itself is defined in the glossary towards the end of the local development plan, sir, and it is described as a comprehensive assessment that should enable all of the potential impacts of a proposed development or redevelopment to be fully understood. Now, the airport submission, sir, and we'll hear more about this tomorrow from Mr. Martin, is that because the potential transport effects have not been properly assessed and that there are flaws, fundamental flaws, in its assessment to date, a transport assessment standalone must be submitted to support this application. And the local development plan is absolutely unequivocal in its terms, sir, as is, I might add, the WETA, sir, which specifically at two paragraphs, paragraph 10.5 and 11.31.
Which I will let you go into, tomorrow.
And we also have this sort of curious position, sir, where the council, up until the 5th of July 2018, when it sent its letter to the applicant, were of the same view.
I think I'm probably going to interrupt now because we're going to go into that. I've got questions on that tomorrow. Sorry, I'm focusing my deflections on the airport, but I'm conscious that I've got probably a whole day of questioning tomorrow. So the applicant now.
Sir, with reference to paragraph 270 of Core Document 5, it states a comprehensive transport assessment must be submitted. The aim of the assessment is to ensure maximum feasible, sustainable transport access to a development, a number of trips likely to be made to the development and the modal split, with details of measures to improve or maximise access by public transport, walking and cycling, and minimise and deal with impacts of car journeys associated with the proposal. We will come on to this tomorrow, sir, but I would contend that WETA Refresh addresses the requirements of paragraph 270.
Sir, if I could just add a brief comment. I appreciate it's always the nature of these hearings that everything ends up being a bit piecemeal because we're looking at specific items. But just to make the point, paragraph 270 is a paragraph. It's not a policy. And I think that's important in your conclusions that you reach on the development plan position overall in the round.
Do you have any comment then in terms of the significance of policy over narrative in the development plan? Does the policy have any particular additional weight, or should you be reading everything in the round?
Sir, the position would always be that it is the policies that have the primacy and the other text. As you referred to, narrative is a useful way of defining it. The plan needs to be looked at in the round, but that's very much taking the policies first and then looking at the supporting paragraphs to see what light those may or may not throw on the situation.
Yes, please do.
The paragraph 270 is not the only part of the development plan that makes a reference to the need for a detailed transport assessment, sir, and it's also introduced before that is discussed at page 56 under the...
Which I'm just about to come on to.
Your mind, sir. Good.
But I'm going to actually take you to paragraph 285 first, if that's okay, and that's policy TRA 8, and it requires an appropriate transport assessment to be submitted. And the supporting narrative is paragraph 285. Is there any significance in the word appropriate there in paragraph 285? Sorry, that's for the council.
Yes. We believe there is it is the crucial part is that it's an appropriate transport assessment for the development.
For the development, okay. And for the airport?
Appropriate, sir, I think is a relevant discussion point for tomorrow, and I would like to just say that I'd like to talk tomorrow about the difference between a strategic transport assessment and a detailed transport assessment, and when one is appropriate and one is not.
Yeah, I mean, all I was really looking for is whether there's any policy significance in the use of appropriate, and we've heard from the council. Anything else to add to what the council have said?
I think it is a matter of discussion in relation to the interpretation of 10.5 of what a refresh tomorrow said.
Okay.
And so it must also be read in the context of paragraph 270 you've stated, sir, where it talks of a comprehensive transport assessment, and in the glossary it again refers to the transport effects being fully understood. So I think the word appropriate needs to be understood in the context of those two things, maybe appropriate to the particular development, but it still has to fulfil the benchmark of being enabling the transport effects to be fully understood and to be comprehensive. It does neither, sir, the information that's before this
just to
hearing.
Expand on Mr McKee's relevance, the use of the LDP definition, it does say that to be fully understood, but what it says is the potential transport impacts of a proposed development to be fully understood, and whether or not the potential transport impacts have been assessed is a very relevant discussion point tomorrow.
And you'll note that item, I think, 2 tomorrow is around what is a transport assessment. But over to the applicant now. Any particular significance around the word appropriate in policy TR 8, just before the criteria?
Sir, we would concur with the council's view that appropriate does have significance in this instance, and I'm pretty sure we'll come on to discuss this at hearing session 2 tomorrow.
Thank you. Ms. Watson. I'll take you to paragraph 288 now. And the preceding paragraph mentions supplementary guidance, and it is said that supplementary guidance in paragraph 288 would detail the need for further transport assessments to address cumulative impacts and the suitability of mitigation, and set out a robust framework for assessment. Has that further assessment been carried out to the council? In terms of the supplementary guidance, was that further assessment carried out? Notwithstanding the status of the supplementary guidance. But
yes, I mean, the wet refresh does that. I would add that as and when further applications, because this is obviously an application in planning principle, that as further applications come in, as set out in the report of handling to the committee, we're requiring further transport information at that stage.
To the airport.
Just a point that the further information relates to condition 8C, and that is a relevant discussion point on Thursday, so in terms of what might be classed as further information.
Thank you. Anything to add from the applicant's point of view? You've heard from the council in terms of the further assessment that was to inform supplementary guidance was the wetter refresh. Anything else to add?
Nothing further to add. We concur that in terms of that paragraph, that wetter refresh complies with that.
Okay, on to page 56, or back to page 56 now. Bear with me while I scroll. This is where we're talking about West Edinburgh in particular. So the LDP is talking here about West Edinburgh and detailed transport assessments, where required, should include modelling of cumulative effect, increased traffic flows on trunk and local roads, drawing on the conclusions of the Council's transport appraisal and any further work assessing wider cumulative or cross-boundary impacts on the trunk road network, and should allow or should show how mode share targets are to be met. And that's on page 56. Again, a question about words, but is there any significance with the words where required in respect of West Edinburgh? And that's to the council.
I think that really relates to the scale of development. If there was, say, for example, a relatively minor development of a single house, for example, I don't think we would expect a full detailed transport assessment. But given the scale of the IBG Phase 1, that is what we would be expecting to support the further applications.
So you're indicating there that the where required relates to the scale, but you'd suggested that paragraph does apply to the IBG in terms of detailed transport assessment. Yes.
Yes, in general sense, yes.
To the airport now.
I would agree with that interpretation, sir. I think the where required refers to the transport assessment guidance document, which we'll talk about tomorrow, because that document considers transport statements for a lesser development, as well as transport assessments for higher traffic generating developments. And I think that's where the difference applies here. So yes, a transport assessment is required for this development.
Could I also just make a brief submission about the second paragraph of that sentence? So, yeah, but it talks about this should draw upon, and this is talking about what the detailed transport assessment should draw upon. It should draw upon the conclusion of the Council's transport appraisal. In this instance, this would be the WETA, the 2010 one, so that's in existence. So it has to draw upon that. So we can't rely just upon that. But it goes further and say that, and any further work carried out to assess the wider cumulative and cross-boundary impacts on the trunk road network and to show how mode share targets are to be met. So looking at that, sir, it looks that even if we have wetter as well, which is this further study that has been undertaken and has been adopted as policy and has considerable status in any decision, you need the detailed transport assessment over and above that, sir. That's my point. The second point, sir, and it's more than just a decorative one, is that the reason that a detailed transport assessment is needed is also, and as illustrated in this explanation, to show how the mode share targets are to be met, sir. And if we had a detailed transport assessment, we would know how those targets could be met, sir.
Is there anything there that the Council wants to come back on before I move to the applicant?
I think just to add that there were transport appraisals carried out specifically in addition to wetter to support the LDP.
So the question was around the significance of the where required wording, and we've had comments from the airport and the airport. Is there anything additional you'd like to add, or do you agree with the statements that have been made, or either of them?
Sir, we have a different view on the interpretation of this paragraph, I think, potentially. It says detailed transport assessments where required, and then it goes on to say should include modelling of the cumulative effects, etc., etc. This should draw on the conclusions of the Council's transport appraisal, which refers to WETA 2010, and further work being carried out to assess the wider cumulative and cross-boundary impacts on the trunk road network, and show how mode share targets are to be met. There are two views on this paragraph. The first one is that the detailed transport assessment, which looks at modelling, cumulative effect and mode share targets, is in fact WETA refreshed, and again we'll come on to that tomorrow. But this paragraph is also to deal with speculative development that may come ahead that isn't actually considered within WETA refresh, or any of other transport assessment studies that have been undertaken over the last decade. Is to ensure that any speculative development doesn't just come in and assess its own impact without taking on board all the developments that are contained within the local development plan for West Edinburgh.
So that's sites that may come forward that are not set out in the LDP?
Yes, sir.
There's no suggestion in that paragraph though, that major applications, large-scale applications in West Edinburgh won't be required to submit a detailed transport assessment. I don't think there's anything that has been said that a large-scale development wouldn't be required, subject to the applicant's explanation from the Council and the airport's point of view seem to be suggesting that a large-scale development in West Edinburgh would be supported by a transport assessment. Is that fair? Generally speaking?
Generally speaking, it would be a detailed transport assessment, just to be terminologically correct,
yeah.
Sir, but that is the airport's position.
And the applicant?
We would concur with your assessment, sir.
On page 60 now, where we're looking at the IBG development principles. There's no mention of the need for transport assessment in the principles. Would you expect that to be reflected in the principles, or is that significant at all that the transport assessment is not set out in the principles? that question to the council, or would you rely on the other matters that we've just discussed? But I did note that transport assessment was not detailed. Transport assessment was not set out in the principles.
Yeah, and I would consider that the issues relating to transport assessments are pretty adequately covered in other parts of the LDP, as we've discussed there, and I don't think the fact it's not mentioned again in that particular section is necessarily a major issue. And I think also the nature of the development principles, it's also majoring on other aspects, particularly in relation to design, although it does allude to road infrastructure, but I think that's really a supplementary point to the requirement for a TA.
And to the airport.
Thank you, sir. Agreed, there's not a specific reference to transport assessment, but there is a cross-reference in bullet point 5, where it states any necessary road infrastructure improvements should be identified taking into account the general development principles for West Edinburgh, of which the mandatory requirement for a detailed transport assessment is but one, sir. I don't think it would be possible to assess the road infrastructure improvements without a detailed transport assessment, sir, nor have proper regard to car parking and the achievement of sustainable transport objectives. So I think it's both directly referred to in bullet point 5 and very inferable from that, sir. But the general principles sit above all of these individual developments, and the requirement is clearly for a detailed transport assessment.
Anything to add to that from the applicant's point of view?
Nothing to add, sir. I mean, you're correct in saying that there is no reference to a transport assessment in this section under International Business Gateway. But as the Council has said, it's covered adequately elsewhere in numerous other policies and paragraphs.
Ms Watson, anything to add? We're only halfway through item 2, but I would suggest that we break just now, and we'll come back on to item G. I did say that we would stop around about past. Does 15 minutes seem reasonable? So we'll come back at 5:02. Might seem an awkward time, but we'll come back at 5:02. 12. Okay, thank you. All ready to start once again? Okay. So we're on item 2G on the agenda, and that's any requirement for mode share targets. We've already said that the LDP says that transport assessments should show how mode share targets are to be met. Generally speaking, would you expect this to be the case for major applications that are the subject of transport assessments? Would you expect major applications to set out how mode share targets are to be met for the Council?
We certainly would expect to see mode share targets. I think in this case they're set out, taken forward from the design framework into WETA and the WETA refresh. So the mode targets are set there, yes.
And I will go into more detail about what those mode share targets are tomorrow, but just generally speaking, the airport, have you got any comments?
Well, sir, at a general level, the airport agrees that for this type of development, which is national development, or arguably national development and major development, it should explain how the mode share targets are met. And the appropriate mechanism for that, sir, would be through, in my submission, a transport assessment. Transport assessments, certainly according to the Transport Advice Guidance, which is the national guidance and a core document, indicate the importance of imposing mode share targets, and using the mechanism of a travel plan, which at the moment we don't have, sir. So mode share targets, yes, they're important, yes, they apply, but what is the mechanism for applying these, sir? That's presumably the travel plan. We've heard very little about that. I know there's some concession, I think, coming from the applicants that will be offered up. Point for discussion perhaps on Thursday. But fundamentally, there needs to be enough information before you, sir, to enable whatever target is being set to be satisfied that it can be set and will be complied with. And obviously achieving mode share targets is not just about a dependency on tram, sir. It's also about public transport, such as by bus, which we've heard little of from the applicants or the council. So.
I'm sure we'll hear more tomorrow, but on the specific question about the expectation of the LDP that mode share targets should be expressed in applications, major applications, would you agree that would be the case?
Yes, sir, we would agree.
Would you expect that to be the case in a PPP application? Is there any difference with a planning permission in principle? Again, to the council first.
I think that would very much depend on the nature of the PPP and what was being proposed, and to the type of PPP and what might be involved.
Anything to add from the airport's point of view?
So, I mean, this is also an EIA development, and it's proceeding by way of planning application in principle, previously called an outline planning application. Normally it would be the case even for a proper assessment to be done, of which transport is one of the assessments in the EIA, by the use of parameter plans, the kind of Rochdale envelope idea, sir. So whilst it may be difficult to be satisfied that mode share targets could be met at a conceptual level by imposing parameters, and that would be through conditions or benchmarks, it is possible to make a judgment and to be satisfied that they can be enforced and controlled. But certainly the airport's position is on the information that's before you, sir, and the Scottish ministers, there is inadequate information for which a judgment can be made on as to how these targets can be met and controlled.
Okay. Anything from the applicant on the is there a difference when it comes to PPP applications with regard to mode share targets, generally speaking?
So I believe in this instance, given the fact that the IBG Phase 1 development is based around a set of parameter plans and a fairly detailed master plan and quantum of development, it would appear to me to be reasonable to set mode share targets.
Ms Watson, sorry, I haven't asked you for a little while. If you'd like to contribute.
Could I come back on
yes.
Mode share targets, and we'll discuss it tomorrow, are a clear requirement in transport assessment guidance documents, sir, and I'll talk about that more tomorrow.
Just one further point, sir. We are dealing with the development plan, and CES plan is of some relevance here, sir, because policy 8 transportation in CES plan states that local development plans will ensure new development minimises the generation of additional car traffic, including through the application of mode share targets and car parking standards that relate to public transport accessibility. So there's a cascade of policy here coming from the CES plan onto the local development plan, sir. So it's relevant.
Thank you, and I'll touch again on that actually under item G when we're talking about the relevance of policy TRE 1 I will go back to the SDP just to have a little look at it there. Now, with regard to item H, I just want to be sure on the plan requirements for the relevant transport infrastructure in West Edinburgh. There's a list of items, 9 items I think, on paragraph 124, and table 9 sets out an overall list, and they're also represented on the proposals map. As far as the development plan is concerned, that's what I should look at. Is that the case, Council? We've got a list of items in paragraph 124, we've got table 9, and we have got the proposals maps. That's the 3 places I should be looking at. Is that a fair?
Yes.
Okay. Airport.
Sorry, just by way of a nuance in the... it states in the LDP under transport infrastructure at the West Edinburgh principles, it says the scope of transport mitigation, which is the list we've been dealing with, is subject to further assessment and the detail to be included in the supplementary guidance. So I think what I'm taking from that, sir, is that is not a definitive list of what may be required, because from the required further assessment and potentially the detail in supplementary guidance, more than is on that list may be required, sir. So there's the degree of flexibility, an additional catch, shall we say, for further mitigation if an assessment, such as a detailed transport assessment, were to identify that.
For the applicant, have I summarised where I should look as far as the LDP is concerned?
Yes, I believe so, sir. And insofar as the second sentence to paragraph 124 is concerned, the scope of transport mitigation is subject to further assessment of the detail to be included in supplementary guidance, as I'm sure we'll hear tomorrow. That did take place and is reflected in the heads of terms that are before you.
I think we've touched on that earlier on. I think we're quite clear, I think, that it was the wetter refresh that influenced the draft supplementary guidance. I think we touched on that earlier on. So everyone, I think, was quite clear on that from earlier on. I think that's
yes,
fair from our discussion. Okay.
Sir, just to address the airport's point there on that second paragraph under 124 on page 57 of the LDP, it says the scope of transport mitigation subject to further assessment and the detail to be included in supplementary guidance DEL 1, and then there is the list. That is what has been assessed through wetter refresh. And the quantum or the number of mitigation measures in wetter refresh is the mitigation measures. There isn't any further mitigation measures beyond those assessed in wetter refresh in accordance with this second paragraph here.
But I think we're all agreed that the further assessment, not the mitigation, but the further assessment was carried out through wetter refresh. I think we're all agreed on that.
I just make the point that that list is hard mitigation, so it doesn't cover the likes of potential public transport requirements in terms of services.
Any other points before I move on to clarifying what the parking standards are as far as the LDP is concerned?
We'd just like to come back on that point there in terms of where to refresh. There is more than just hard infrastructure requirements. There's a myriad of measures covering all sustainable modes of transport.
Okay, and again, item I is just so that I can clarify matters in my report to Ministers of the Development Plan position on car parking. Perhaps just give me the position generally, and then for the IBG site specifically, is there anything different through the adopted development plan you may wish to refer to the supplementary guidance, but I'm keen to just know the development plan position, and that's to the council first of all. So your car parking standards, where are they essentially, and is there anything specific for West Edinburgh or indeed the IBG site?
So the LDP position is established through policy Track 2 in relation to private car parking. And that's supplemented by the council's parking standards as set out in the Edinburgh Design Guidance, which sets out detailed requirements.
Anything specific for the IBG site or West Edinburgh in the development plan? Because I will be asking some questions about the design guidance later on.
We'll come back in a second.
Perhaps it might assist if
yeah, I should point out that it's in relation to the IBG development principles. There is also reference in the 5th bullet point. Car parking provision for all uses should be set at levels which help achieve sustainable transport objectives in the context of policy Track 2. So it's cross-reference with policy Track 2 in relation to site-specific requirements.
Does that then suggest anything other than the adopted car parking provision? That wording that you've just quoted, I think is that from page 60, policy TRA2 being the context, but does that suggest anything other than the adopted car parking provision when we're talking about the IBG site? Setting at levels to help achieve sustainable transport objectives. Does that suggest anything other than normal practice?
No, it doesn't, but I think it needs to be in the context of that we're looking at maximum and behind whatever parking levels come forward, those need to be justified and potentially zero parking may be appropriate. I think just to add, the parking standards have recently been reviewed, not in any major way, but I think they need to be seen in the context of the emerging mobility plan and the city vision, which is very much a pushing down on parking provision.
Just to double check, those car parking standards you say have been revised. Those are not before me. I don't think what's before me is the Edinburgh Design Guidance. So just quickly, can you clarify for everyone just the status of those revised guidelines, just in case I need to see them?
In terms of the strict numbers, there's really been no serious revision of that. It's really the wording behind it that it was being seen very much as a science, I suppose, is the way, because it's got numbers to it, and it actually gives us a little bit more discretion's not necessarily the right word, but it's to actually look at each individual development in its context rather than just a number crunching exercise.
In terms of the question around the status of that guidance, the planning status, let's call it, has it been through consultation? Has it been adopted by the council? Just if you give me, it's just whether or not I should require to see it or not.
It's really an update to the Edinburgh Design Guidance that has been through planning committee for consideration. It's not been a wider consultation in terms of forming a supplementary guidance with a formal status. It's embedded within the changes that happen to the Edinburgh Design Guidance. I think it went to committee in January.
And the decision was?
accepted to
And
adopt the changes.
so that, does that now form part of the Edinburgh Design Guidance?
It does, yes.
Okay.
Would you like a copy submitted to us?
If that's the case, then I think if all parties are content that they could be submitted as a document as part of the hearing, rather than requiring a further procedure, and perhaps by Thursday, that could have been submitted by the council, subject to the applicant seeing it and the airport seeing it in advance of me seeing it. I see people nodding. If that would just assist in timetabling, that I wouldn't have to put a procedure note.
Just for clarification, I think it will be in the form of the committee report that went up to committee with those items identified. I don't think it's quite been pulled into a comprehensive document yet, but I'll get clarification on that from the team.
I think if you show the other parties before Thursday, and if they're content for it to be circulated, then I'm sure the format of it wouldn't be a problem, but I think it's just useful that I have the full picture when I'm reporting back.
Can I just seek a point of clarification and say that I think the council said that the strict numbers has been no serious revision, because the Edinburgh Design Guidance in its present form is a document called 7. There's a table on page 61. Can I clarify that those are still the parking standards of the council?
I think we'd better wait until you see what's been revised, and then you can make a judgment then, and then we can discuss whether we accept it on Thursday, if it's clear, or whether or not are required to write out to get further explanation. I think it's maybe difficult to have a discussion on something that we don't have in front of us.
I think the numbers may be relevant to the discussion tomorrow as well, sir.
The council just whispered to me, which is not usual, that they'll try to get it circulated today to the parties, and then hopefully it'll be with me tomorrow, so I can have a look at it tomorrow. Is that fair? Okay.
Sir, if I could just check, I think what I took from Ms Campbell was that the report to committee that she's going to show us actually highlights the changes. It will actually be very accessible to see what has changed rather than just telling us what it has become.
That would be helpful, thank you. So, going back to the question that I posed in terms of general approach to car parking in the development plan, and is there anything specific in the development plan that relates to the IBG site? And we talked about wording on page 60 that parking for the IBG site should be set at levels to help achieve sustainable transport objectives. Any particular comment on that from the airport?
Sir, I would agree there's nothing absolutely specific setting a target, nor how it should be achieved, but the general thrust of the policy as it sits for IBG is the use of sustainable non-motor car transport. So that is the thrust of that policy. I think it's interesting in terms of what these standards are, and we'll hear more from the council about their latest adopted standard, but in the airport's hearing statement, they have adopted the position of Transport Scotland, who take the council to a significant extent to task regarding the robustness of the conditions. Here I am going into Thursday, sir, but Transport Scotland clearly have concerns about the identification and enforcement of maximum car parking levels and the mode share targets that should be applied. They want that to be sorted out, fixed and controlled by way of condition. That's all I have to say about that, sir.
And again, that's something we'll revisit tomorrow on Thursday. Is there anything particular from the applicant with regard to what the development plan says about car parking standards? You've heard the council's interpretation and the latest iteration that we will see tomorrow at the latest. Anything to add from your point of view in terms of what the car parking standards are, or anything applicable directly to the IBG site?
Yes, sir. Just building on what the Council have already said, in terms of the LDP core document 5, we first of all talked about page 60, bullet point 5, where it says car parking provision for all uses should be set at levels which help achieve sustainable transport objectives in the context of policy TRA2. If we then go to page 127 of the same document, which is TRA2, it talks about private car parking levels. And then I think the only thing that's not been mentioned is paragraph 275 on page 128 of the LDP. And it says, the policy sets out the circumstances in which a lesser amount of car parking than the standards require may be appropriate to help reduce car use. This is only likely to be acceptable in locations where there are existing or planned on-street parking controls. Now, there is specific mention in the Council's Development Management Subcommittee report in terms of a controlled parking zone for West Edinburgh. So I think that paragraph 275 may be relevant to this discussion tomorrow or on Thursday, potentially.
So does that point us to the position whereby the local development plan is suggesting that lesser amounts of car parking for private cars would be almost the default position if there are existing or planned on-street parking controls? Is that the case, the Council?
Yes, certainly parking controls are seen as being one of the key ways of reducing car use. The availability of parking is absolutely crucial to that. And that's, as I say, the whole thrust and the whole trajectory in terms of the policies over the last number of years, which is really pushing down on parking provision.
So, which is precisely why the airport would not like to, excuse the pun, park this until the AMC stage. We'd like to have that addressed now by way of a condition as required by Transport Scotland, who will be with us tomorrow to justify their position.
I think I can move on now to item J, which is policy TRA1 of the LDP, which is on page 126 for document 4. But quickly just want to revisit the SDP. It says development likely to generate significant travel demand is to be directed by the local development plan to areas capable of being well served by public transport and accessible by foot and cycle in order to reduce the need to travel by private car. Is this site such a location as described in the SDP? To the Council first. So development likely to generate significant travel demand is to be directed by the LDP to sites that are capable of being well served by public transport. IBG's site is identified under EMP 6, I think. So I'm assuming that the answer may be yes, but I just wanted to double check that you think that
yes,
the allocation of the site is in line with SDP. Yeah, okay. Anything to add to that from the airport?
No, sir, that's our understanding.
Yeah. From the applicant? Nothing to add. Okay.
In the interest of brevity, the answer is yes.
Yeah. We quite like yes and no answers. Ms Watson, I will periodically come in and ask you. So sticking with SES plan, another key principle of the spatial strategy is to promote sustainable modes of transport. So I'm assuming that has influenced the allocation and development of West Edinburgh. Is that a fair assumption to make? yes and no's are
Yes,
welcome.
That's a fair reflection, yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. We might get to lunch at this pace. Okay, just turning to TRA1 directly, then the IBG site, a non-city centre site, a proposal that is an out-of-centre development, that's fair?
Yes, that's a fair reflection.
Yeah, okay. This is what's new. You're not going to argue with that? No, good. If that's the case, then if we can go to paragraph 272, is that a paragraph applicable, subject to the points that have been made by the applicant about the relationship between policy and narrative in the plan, but is it fair to say that paragraph 272 on page 127 is applicable to the IBG? I'll not read it out in full.
Yes, agree that's applicable.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir, that
Yeah.
that follows 272, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So item K now is actually just a question of whether you think paragraph 273 also applies, that applications should be accompanied by travel plans to demonstrate how development, particularly out of centre locations, will meet the requirements. So that's paragraph 273 of page 127. Again, yes and no answers are welcome. But to the Council, does that apply directly to the IBG site?
Yes, we would also always like to see a travel plan, but I think the crucial bit about a travel plan is it needs to be applied. It's not a document that sits on a shelf. It needs to be applied and carried forward.
So paragraph, the requirements of 273 paragraph are fully engaged with this application, sir.
And the applicant?
Yes, we would have expected a travel plan to be conditioned as part of this development. As the Council has stated, it's a document that shouldn't sit on the shelf, and it should be deployed once you have end occupiers known. We don't have end occupiers known at the moment, but we are more than happy to accept a planning condition that requires us to implement a travel plan once defined occupiers are known.
And I think we'll certainly come on to that when we discuss conditions and informatives, because I think the Council had a view or difficulty in conditions relating to a travel plan, but we'll discuss that on Thursday. Is there anything particular about a planning permission principle that is any different with regard to a travel plan? I think we've probably heard your explanation there from the applicant, but does a PPP application suggest that it doesn't need to come along with a travel plan in the first instance, or is the LDP quite clear that all applications are to be supported, at least major applications out of centre locations, to the Council?
I suppose in the case of this application, we don't know what the end users of the site might be. So it's difficult to predict those requirements in relation to how a travel plan might work.
I would just add that for a PPP, we would normally only expect brief headings rather than a fully developed travel plan.
Anything to add from the airport's point of view?
Thank you, sir. The Council and the applicants are at one, that the amalgam of information before them enables them to assess with some care and diligence the transport impacts of the development. Now, because of that, sir, I don't think they can argue that in one hand, yet simultaneously argue that it is difficult to impose mode share targets and travel plans at this stage, sir. You either can do one or the other. Now, if they have that sufficient information, they should be able to do it. And certainly the principle behind the travel plan is, again, not to backload it to wait for something else to come along. It's to let the public know and developers exactly what mode share targets they're supposed to be complying with. It needs to be enforced. It shouldn't be on the shelf. I agree it needs to be enshrined in the conditions and or the Section 75 agreement, but it should not be backloaded.
For the applicant, is there any particular comment you'd like to make over and above your comments earlier?
I think we'd probably just concur with the council's position that at PPP stage it would be reasonable to, in most circumstances, to require what's called a framework travel plan to support a PPP application, which, as the council has pointed out, could be the broad headings of what may be contained in a future detailed travel plan. We are in quite a unique position with the IBG Phase 1 development in terms of it's a highly sustainable and accessible site by other modes of transport. Hence, we were quite surprised that there wasn't a condition requiring a travel plan as part of the application. But as I said earlier, we're more than happy to accept one. I think it's good practice that we should be doing a travel plan once we know the end occupiers are.
Thank you. Ms. Watson, I think. Okay. Okay, I'm happy to move on to the next item, which is in the park and ride facility at Ingleston. Does the development plan have any policy position with regard to the park and ride facilities? Is there any alternative site identified in the LDP? So just want to clarify that in my report to ministers, I'm very clear what the development plan says about the Ingleston park and ride, if it says anything. So just want to be clear, is there a policy position? Is there any alternative site that I've not seen? And this relates to the LDP. So if I could ask that of the council first off.
Yeah, specifically in relation to the park and ride facility and whether there's an alternative location for the park and ride facility, there is no reference within the LDP for an alternative site. There's principles in terms of policy TRA 6 to support park and ride facilities on sites closely related to public transport, but there's no specific site identified for park and ride. I think the local transport strategy, and Matthew may comment further on that, details further the council's approach to park and ride sites and facilities and the role they play in preventing the traffic coming into the city centre and sort of the mobility plan and the key principles that are now coming forward from the council.
But no, very clear that as far as the LDP is concerned, there's no proposal to move the park and ride facility. So that's quite clear, I think.
Certainly, as far as the LDP is concerned, that is correct. I should perhaps just draw your attention to the position in the West Edinburgh Strategic Design Framework, page 13, which does refer to the potential relocation of a park and ride site to Newbridge.
We're not be surprised to hear I've got a question on that later once we'll get to that on other guidance. Anything to add from the airport's perspective on just nailing down just what the LDP says about the Ingleston park and ride site?
Sir, it's I don't think there's anything specific, but TRA6 policy, TRA6 is relevant, sir, and it talks about the circumstances in which park and ride facilities will be permitted, setting out some criteria, one of which is obviously closely related to the proximity of public transport corridors, which we have at the park and ride at the moment. I think what is relevant, sir, and we'll be perhaps delving into this tomorrow is the potential impact of the development on the Ingleston Park and Ride facility, which at the moment is uncontrolled as far as parking is concerned.
Yes, we will delve into that. But it was just whether or not anyone's got any specific matters to add with regard to the LDP position, because I want to be clear that there isn't a proposal hiding on the proposal maps that I've not seen. The applicant?
There's not anything in the LDP core document 5 in terms of the park and ride facility at Ingleston. As the council has already said, there is a policy TRA 6 which talks about new and extended park and ride facilities, and as others have already pointed out, the West Edinburgh Strategic Design Framework gives us some information as to the circumstances in terms of when or where the Ingleston Park and Ride site may move to and under what circumstances.
Could I just add, sorry, briefly, as you pointed out, there isn't anything hiding in the LDP. You may have seen, in terms of the application documentation, I'll pick on one of them. There are several references, including the design and access statement, the APP 125, which is a conceptual master plan overview. In the interests of master planning, that plan shows what could potentially be delivered were the park and ride to be relocated. It is just a conceptual plan, though.
I have seen that, and the other plans, yeah. It's all these questions just provide a bit of context for tomorrow's discussion, so that's one of the reasons is just so we don't need to revisit these matters tomorrow. So item M, similar question I suppose, but is there any LDP position on the Gogar Link Road, which between Gogar Roundabout and the airport, or at least Eastfield Road? Is there anything in the LDP about that? I haven't identified anything other than it's identified as one of the mitigation measures. But
yeah, the requirements for the Gogar Link roads are set out as part of LDP proposal T9 on page 38 of the LDP. This identifies that is required to support long-term development in West Edinburgh. Largely single carriageway through the IBG with some widening to allow public transport priority, and the link may be bus, cycle or pedestrian only. That's identified in the LDP proposals map as a road safeguard or improvement. The route would link Eastfield Road via the northern part of IBG. That's both phases 1 and 2, to which phase 1 this application relates. It would then head to the south of Castle Gogar towards the tram depot and the Gogar roundabout.
I mean, I've noted that it's identified. Is there any anything in particular in the LDP above that suggests when that should be in place, for example, or is what you've summarised, that's the LDP position, is a safeguard of the link road? There's nothing more in terms of policy in the LDP.
That is the LDP position.
Yeah.
There's nothing beyond that in the LDP.
Thank you. Airport on that matter?
Yes, sir, you're correct that there's reference in the LDP to T9, which is the Gogar Link Road, and we've just had a discussion of what that contains. I think it's important to say, sir, you're asking about timing. I don't think there is anything in timing about the delivery of that within the development plan, but the airport have made some progress in advancing that start, but the proposal remains at an early stage. A pre-application notice was submitted on the 20th of September 2019, and the airport have gone through the 12-week period for consultation. They have met with the council, sir, so I think the stage it's at is pre-application is where we are. Interestingly, the council have issued an advice letter following upon pre-application engagement, raising a number of issues, but one thing the council have been very clear upon is may come as no surprise, sir, is the mandatory requirement for a detailed transport assessment. for this development. Which is interesting, sir, because as we may go into this tomorrow, but the WETA refresh also makes reference to the Gogar Link Road. So we have an example, sir, where the WETA refresh says, here's the Gogar Link Road, it is policy, but we're being required to do a detailed assessment. You can reasonably infer from that, sir, in my submission, that the council consider that in the airport's circumstance, which is live just now, that it's not sufficient to rely simply on the WETA refresh. Otherwise, we would not have been asked to do it.
Just to clarify, these are matters that are not before me. Had you any plans to submit any of that correspondence that you've? I mean, if you're going to talk about it at the hearing, it might be useful to have some of that. It's not your intention to submit.
Can I just confer with?
Okay.
So we're content just to rest on. We don't need to submit it, so it's okay.
Sir, can we clarify what development are the airport referring to with this Gogar Link Road? Because I don't believe it's a development that's actually been assessed in the local development plan or in any of the transport studies to date.
Okay, but perhaps if you can clarify, I'd assumed from your description it was the proposal that is described in the LDP, but we may be wrong. So if you could just explain what the proposal is, and perhaps even who's leading it. I assume it's the airport that's leading the application from what you said.
The airport are intending to be the applicants. It is only for the road, sir. There's no other additional proposals. It is simply the Gogar Link Road.
In its entirety?
Yes, linking from Gogar Roundabout to ultimately to the airport, but also with a branch that would go into the IBG. So I think it forks, doesn't it? It goes in.
The council.
Yes, sir. This information is clearly not before you today. You have the benefit of the same team that is doing the pre-application discussions with the airport at the table. The proposal of application notice, the red line of the boundary, which is in the public domain. I have to be very careful in terms of what's in the public domain and what's not in the public domain through pre-application discussions, is not the alignment that is within the local development plan. I just wanted to clarify that because I think you specifically asked the question there in terms of Gogar Link Road in T9. The alignment within the T9 is not the same alignment that has been submitted as part of the pre-application notice to the council. We're happy to submit the pre-application notice as evidence if that's required for clarification.
Yes, sir, so be it. It would be helpful to hear from the council through you, sir, as to whether the council's roads authority have asked for a transport assessment.
That's correct. Transport assessment has been identified if this is to be taken forward as an application.
Basically, given that we've gone into a little bit of detail, I think I would feel more comfortable if I had at least a copy of the pre-application notice. That's in the public domain, I think. Would you be happy with that? Just given that there has been some discussion, that's information that's...
We have no difficulty with that, sir.
And I've heard what the parties have said. I'm still to ask the applicant, but perhaps if I could follow the same sort of timescales as we've talked about for the other document, for the parking standards, not to show me first, but to show the other parties that first. And if you're still content, then I'm happy to accept that, subject to all the parties being happy. The applicant, the question to you now in terms of the development plan position on the Gogar Link Road.
The development plan position on the IBG Gogar Link Road has been already described by the council, and that is in the LDP core document 5, page 38, and it's required to support the long-term development in West Edinburgh under item reference number T9.
Sorry to be pedantic again, but would you suggest that there is any significance around the words long-term development? Does that provide a hint to the timing of that link road, or am I reading something into that I shouldn't be?
The short answer is I don't know. I don't believe it's stated anywhere when it's required to be delivered, other than I think there are indicative timescales for delivery of all the West Edinburgh infrastructure in the Weta refresh. I would have to find the reference, but it's probably round about section 11, I think. There's a table that says this column will be delivered by a date, and there's another column that said it'll be delivered by this date.
Yeah, I'm actually aware of that, but ask the same question to the council. Perhaps is that long-term phraseology of any significance for me in reporting back to ministers?
I think the expression long-term, it has some significance. I think it was anticipated that the IBG in itself would probably be developed on a longer timescale. We're maybe talking 25, 30 years here. So I think that phraseology is correct, yes. Point out that the timescales for potential delivery are identified in the council's action programme, LDP action programme,
which has been submitted, and I've seen
that's
that.
a core document.
Okay, can I move on to?
I'll just give you the reference. The table that Mr. Bissett was referring to is table 10.1 in the Weta refresh, and your inspection of that will see that there are some infrastructure items due by 2022 and some by 2027. I think an inspection of that table will see that this was written in 2016, that the delivery dates are obviously well out of date already.
I've taken a note of these references. Okay, we can move on to N, which is developer contributions. In light of what has been said in the hearing statements, in particular core document 32, letter from ministers, as far as the LDP is concerned, in terms of developer contributions, the policy is DEL 1. I think that's quite clear. You happy that's the case, Council?
Yes, we're happy that that's the case that's set out in our hearing statement.
Yeah. And the airport?
Yes, sir. I mean, we're aware that the Chief Planner's letter has intervened on that, and there's an explanation as to why the Scottish ministers would not allow the adoption of the supplementary guidance. I take it from the Council that that's now being addressed and is going to committee if it has not.
And the applicant? Yeah. Okay. So that takes us to item 3, which is other guidance. But I'll deal with the Edinburgh design guidance first. I've clarified the status of it earlier on, so I'm quite happy with that in terms of its supplementary guidance, but not adopted as part of the development plan material consideration. There are just a couple of elements I'd like to kind of focus in on. I think it's core document 7, isn't it? On page 59, if you want to get to that. Okay, on page 59, in summary, the guidance says for larger developments, detailed transport studies are required to include such matters: detailed examination of potential impacts, transport impacts, trip generation, modal split forecast, travel analysis, potential safety issues, measures to influence travel behaviour, and mode share targets. That's me summarising it. Does a PPP for the IBG site qualify as a larger development as far as that guidance is concerned?
Yes, certainly something of the scale and magnitude of IBG, we would say yes, it would.
Yeah. And for the airport?
Yes, sir. Concur.
Applicant, Anything in particular to add to that?
No, we concur with the council.
Yeah, okay.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Can I refer to a few of the points on page 59?
Well, I was going to quickly ask for one question, and you can do so in answering that question. Is that it mentions detailed transport studies, transport assessment is used in the LDP. Can I assume that detailed transport studies means detailed transport assessment? Is that fair or not fair in terms of the terminology in the Edinburgh Design Guidance? Firstly to the council.
I suppose it's generic terminology, isn't it? You know, the level of information appropriate to a particular proposal or application.
In this instance, it has to be a transport assessment, sir. And I refer to the paragraph in the middle of the left column that you were referring to, and it says at the last 3 lines, as well as more detailed examination of potential transport impacts. And that touches on some of the policies we've already talked about, that we should be understanding what the potential transport impacts are, along with the proposed transport measures. And I think there is a point about parking in that particular left column as well. The second bullet at the top refers to mitigation measures where low parking provision is proposed, and that will be a discussion for tomorrow in terms of parking levels. But in terms of the bullet points at the bottom of the left column, in terms of parking, the third from the bottom, how car use in and around the development will be managed. And I think that reflects on where low parking provision is required. And the penultimate point, measures considered to influence travel behaviour in and around development, which refers to the detailed examination of potential transport impacts and the proposed transport measures associated with them.
Okay. Is there anything from the council's point of view that you want to come back on from what's been said by the airport before I ask the applicant?
I suppose we're just conscious that not necessarily those points, but quite a lot of this section of the text is stuff that's in the amended text. So we did. Sorry, I should add. I did find the document once from earlier, so it's certainly something over lunch I could provide the parties if it actually is more helpful to be referring to the correct text in this discussion. But I don't think it necessarily changes the points that have just been made. It's just in the sort of the page above. In terms of the actual parking aspect, then that is changed quite substantially.
And the applicant, do you have anything to add to that discussion?
Not necessarily the discussions went on, more to the question that I think you'd specifically asked under agenda item 3C. In reference to the West Edinburgh Strategic Design Framework, and then you talk about WETA, mode share parking standards and parking.
I'm coming on to that. Haven't reached that yet.
I just wasn't sure if we were past that point or not. I have answers on all 4 of these points if necessary.
Well, let's have the questions before you give me the answers. So, okay. In terms of the Edinburgh Design Guidance, as is, or
Strands, there's a train station nearby or two, but it's whether these are available and there's sufficient capacity. Those are the issues we'll touch upon tomorrow.
I'm sure you'll be wanting to discuss public transport capacity tomorrow, as will I. Anything in particular from the applicant's point of view?
Not particularly, other than to confirm that the site is highly accessible by sustainable modes of transport.
Mr. Watson? Is the design guidance telling us something about parking in highly accessible areas? Is it saying something around what parking standards should be applied? From the statements that we've just been discussing, is it suggesting that the maximum levels should be applied, or is it suggesting that a lower level should be attempted in such a highly accessible area? Has it? Sorry, to the council first.
Yeah, so I think on page 58 it specifically states in all developments level of parking proposed should be lower than or equal to the maximum standards. I think it's all about lower provision is justifiable and highly accessible in dense locations. I think for me it's when we look at the design of a place and a master plan of a place coming forward, it's not just about the parking and how it fits in, it's how the parking fits into that context. So whilst you may try and apply a maximum standard of parking and the developer may come forward with that level, as a planning officer you look at it in the round in terms of how you're fitting everything into the design of that place, and I think it's beyond just a numbers game as well in terms of maximum parking standards or lower parking, but the design guidance brings all that together, I think, in sort of answer to your question, in that it deals with numbers in terms of parking, but it also deals with the urban design context of parking and the influence that has as well.
I think from your earlier comments in that answer, I've taken that what you're suggesting is in highly accessible areas you are looking for lower than the maximum. Is that a fair assumption to make based on what you've said?
Yeah, it's a fair assumption in terms of the direction as an authority we are looking in these highly accessible locations. We should be going to minimum car parking standards and using all accessible sustainable transport measures.
Airport, have anything to say on that
so
matter?
we would agree that the policy direction of that document is clearly to restrict rather than to not to restrict car parking, and obviously for more accessible locations it needs to be more strict, so that's what national planning policy says as well. So.
And the applicant?
Sorry, I have nothing further to add other than to say that the more accessible and sustainable the location is, the lower the parking provision should be.
Yeah. Okay, on to item B, and this is where I'm going to ask you for your views on the relevance or otherwise of the supplementary guidance. I have the reporter's report and the Chief Planner's letter and Minister's view on it, the Core Document 32. Wasn't planning on going to go into that in any particular detail, but I would like to give you the opportunity to express your views as to what I should do with the supplementary guidance in this case. So, unfortunately, I'm going to come to the Council once again. First off, if you do want to add something towards the end, given it is your supplementary guidance, then I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, so we're in a position that obviously the supplementary guidance has been rejected by ministers, and I think in our hearing statement we set out the main reasons that the ministers have given for the direction. We believe that it needs to be broken down into the parts of each different area to be considered, and then a justification within there as to where the infrastructure requirements have come from. For a number of the matters in terms of the healthcare actions, the contributions and contribution zones weren't felt to be appropriate. They're not. These matters are not expressly identified in a statement contained in the LDP as matters which are to be dealt with in supplementary guidance. A further paper is to be considered by our planning committee tomorrow, which will set out a direction of travel for standalone guidance on the provision of healthcare to be prepared by the end of May, and we're in a position that we think it's appropriate to seek the healthcare provision. In terms of the substantive matter in terms of transport and the infrastructure requirements in and around transport, we feel it's firmly embedded within the local development plan in terms of the actions that are required through DEL 1, developer contributions and infrastructure delivery, and it provides the policy strategy for the provision and improvement of the infrastructure associated with the developments, which has been underpinned through the transport appraisals, the WETA and the WETA refresh have all identified these, and in terms of sort of infrastructure delivery, that it all relates back to the necessary tests for the development. So whilst the supplementary guidance in its own right has been rejected by ministers, we feel that the development plan and our other appraisals underpin the actions that we're seeking.
Just a couple of clarification points. I suppose, firstly, it should be hopefully clear from our statement. We still say it's so it's been rejected for adoption that we can't adopt, but still say it's a material consideration. And the point that's what we've really been setting out and making there is what aspects of it are criticised from the direction and what aspects are not, in terms of how it's assessed and what level of weight you choose to give it. And just was other point of clarification, I suppose, was the reporter's report was of its status was a year before ministers ultimately then made the direction, and in terms of the direction, it's the terms of the direction and appendix, and not the report that was informing their further consideration of it that is of relevance to you.
So in summary, you're saying it's a material consideration for me still, but I should look at the terms of the direction for guidance. Is that a fair summary of your position?
That's a fair summary, sir. I think in terms of the transport point, as Elaine has alluded to, the generality of the reporter's direction is quite a different position for this area of Edinburgh, where there's been the level of WETA studies and detailed study that has gone on to inform it in comparison to other areas where the criticism may be alluding to. So we'd still say that you have the sufficient detail there and sufficient underpinning to allow assessment and contribution setting that we have under DEL 1.
Anything from the airport on this matter?
Sir, it would be helpful if the Council did update all parties tomorrow, if that report is going to committee tomorrow, to see what that committee is actually...
I think that seems as if it's no pun intended, but a direction of travel. It's not a kind of an indication of policy. So I didn't take that as something that would be relevant to my consideration, given that I've heard what your view is that I should consider it as a material consideration, but only the parts that are relevant to me in the direction.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, we certainly have no issue with giving a copy of that committee report and indeed whatever update in terms of whatever occurs from it. But it is very much a direction of travel and next steps. And in terms of the detailed work to be undertaken in terms of education and transport, then that is some way away in terms of actual detailed guidance being produced off the back of this, because it's obviously a significant further piece of work to do on those aspects.
So with that explanation from Mr Nelson, which is very helpful, I don't think we do need that document, Edgar. But, sir, can I just make a further comment? In the ministerial rejection of the transport developer contributions supplementary guidance, the Chief Planner gives a detailed reason why the transport contributions are a matter of concern. I think this is all set out in those reasons, sir, but I think the Chief Planner sees some benefit in the simplicity of the sort of zonal approach which the Council is doing. But where the concern is about whether these contributions fairly and reasonably relate in scale and kind to the development. For that reason, and this is where it becomes relevant, it's stated by the Chief Planner that this would most likely require a more detailed transport assessment. For example, taking account of the proximity to the action concerned. So just to point, sir, that in the Minister's rejection of this supplementary guidance, the Ministers themselves have identified yet a further failure to include a detailed transport assessment.
And to that,
As we know, sir, the supplementary guidance was based on the WETA refresh, which implicitly is not adequate for the ministers to tie the thing together.
and we clarified it earlier that was the position that the supplementary guidance was influenced by WETA refresh. Anything to add to this discussion from the applicant?
On the points made by Mr McKee as it relates to this application and the process that followed, it's our submission that the transport assessment work that was undertaken is sufficiently robust to inform the contributions, the mitigation, which is before you in the heads of terms and which is an agreed position between the applicant and the council. So I acknowledge that the point is obviously made in the letter by the Scottish Government, but as I say, as it relates to this particular application, our position is that the appraisal work that's been done is sufficient.
I think the council want to come back in on something.
I think I'd basically alluded to that being our position when I first spoke, that in terms of this, the direction is in respect of SG for the whole of the city, and in terms of has there been that adequate assessment for all areas. It's not been any specific direction in terms of the WETA amount to that or not. Our position is it does do that level of assessment. I would only add, and I've already given the caveats about the reporter's report, that the reporter in his report the year earlier that does expressly state it's not something he's given a detailed assessment of the adequacy of, in terms because he's looking at it in the generality of the city as a whole. I could give you the precise paragraph reference for that.
I mean, it's okay because I've read that, and the reporter did indicate on a number of occasions that he didn't look at West Edinburgh in detail. I think that's quite clear from his report.
Yeah, so but can I just maybe come back on that point, because the reason that the ministers called in this application is not due to the whole of Edinburgh, what the supplementary guidance says, sir. It's because, and I quote, to allow further consideration of the transport impacts of this development, of the IBG development, in view of the national importance of the West Edinburgh area. So it's not about the national significance of IBG per se. It's about an assessment about the transport effects of that development on what's nationally important in West Edinburgh, of which the Edinburgh Airport is the primary operator, sir.
Thank you for that, Ms Watson. Anything to add? I still have a few pages to go, so I think we're here after lunch. I think I would suggest that we stop now. I'll just go around the parties quickly before lunch. Do you think we can leave a decision on whether or not you want to make any concluding remarks till the end of this hearing? Are you happy to do that, or are you starting to form a view whether you'd like closing remarks to be at the end of the conditions hearing? But any particular view from the council, first of all?
Would it be possible just to discuss that over lunch and come back to you on that point immediately afterwards as to what our view on that is? Is that? Sorry, just
perhaps if all parties just a little discussion, and I'll ask you at the end of item 4. But hopefully I will have asked all the questions that I need to ask, and that I'll have got all the answers. There will still be an opportunity at the end of other hearings. But if any one party is keen to have closing submissions this afternoon on policy, then I think we would do that. But have a chat over lunch. But I think that you'd like to come in, Mr. Gillett.
Thank you, sir. I would like to do a brief closing remark at the end of today. I think it would be useful, rather than, I think what you were alluding to was possibly holding over and doing closing remarks on all the various topics when we finish on Thursday. My preference would be to take them individually so that we've all got a chance just to summarise on what was discussed on the particular day.
I would like to be associated with that submission, sir. I think that would suit us.
that's useful to have that chat. What we'll do then is agree how long a break would you like between item 4 and item 5 this afternoon. That's what I'm leading to. Is half an hour, would that be sufficient? Just so we know what's happening this afternoon. So once we come back, we'll be on to item C, which is West Edinburgh Strategic Design Framework, and some questions around that. And then at the end of item 4, we'll break for half an hour and then have 10 minutes maximum closing submissions from each of the parties. And Ms Watson, you can be part of that too if you wish to say anything at the end. Okay. And you're all quite happy with the order that I've set out, the council, then the airport, and then Ms Watson, if you want to submit anything, and then the applicant. Okay? Right, so we know what we're doing. Lunchtime, we'll come back at 2:15. How does that sound? One minor moment at the end.
So, yeah, we'll just be emailing just now to the parties the updated design design guidance. Design guidance, so they can have that to consider over lunch.
I'll leave you to that.
Thank
okay.
you.
So we'll return at 2:15. Thank you. 2:15. Yeah. One, two, 1, 2. Okay, are we all ready to commence this afternoon's discussions? We're on item 3C, the currency of the West Edinburgh Strategic Design Framework, core document 10, and you may want to have that close by. The key point I want to ask first of all is the relevance of the framework. It was published 10 years ago. A number of elements have naturally been superseded, whether it's car parking standards or such like that we've discussed earlier on. So the first question is the whole document still relevant to my consideration? And if I ask the council that first.
Okay. As you point out, sir, in 2010, I suppose it is at the relatively older end of the scale in terms of planning guidance, but nevertheless, I still feel it's very relevant. I'd perhaps like to make a couple of points in relation to the circumstances of this application and also in relation to the development plan. As far as the application is concerned, early proposals for master planning for IBG began to be developed around 2010, very much kind of concurrent with the guidance being prepared. And I understand that the prospective proposals coming forward for IBG and the likes of Royal Highland Showground, very much a driver for the guidance being prepared. Also providing a clear framework in which the proposals for those were being taken forward. I mean, although the guidance predates my involvement in IBG, the West Edinburgh Strategic Design Framework thinking very much informed the early master plan proposals, and they were a point of reference during the Architecture and Design Scotland Design Forum series during 2015. I think the basis of the design framework has very much informed the suite of master plan documentation that was approved as part of this application. I'd also note that the application's proposals were some 5 years in development prior to the application being submitted, and it's also taken a further 4 years to get where we are today. I think more generally, For large-scale development proposals such as this, we do need a strong vision and a strong framework and a relatively stable policy position in taking forward proposals of this nature, both to provide confidence for applicants and also prospective developers. In relation to the development plan, I would point out that the design framework has very much informed the policy position in the current LDP. There's references to it on in relation to policy M6, page 111. The policy wording closely references with the design framework, and also the development principles on page 60, again as a close relationship. I think that's as much as I'd like to say at the moment.
Thank you. The airport, just in answer to the general question of whether you think the document as a whole has got some currency, what's your views on that?
So the airport's position is that it remains relevant. It's a material consideration. It has not been withdrawn, so it's still before you, sir.
And the applicant?
Yes, I'd agree with all the points that Mr. Newton for the Council made in terms of its evolution, and just a couple of additional points that, from the applicant's point of view, the application for planning permission in principle seeks to positively respond to the principles within the framework as required by LDP policy, as has already been referred to. This process will obviously continue. It's not just standing still, so for any future applications for matters specified in conditions and indeed later phases of development at the IBG, I believe it would continue to be a material consideration of weight. And just to note that, as was referred to in terms of its evolution, the joint applicants were a key stakeholder in its preparation.
Can I take from that discussion then that there's broad agreement that it's a relevant material consideration, but where it has been superseded by the LDP, then the LDP would take precedence, things like car parking standards and such, appropriate referencing. So is your joint kind of position that's a relevant material consideration, but it has, because it's age, been updated by certain matters in the LDB where it's clearly been updated. Is that a fair summary of where the parties seem to be? Council, first off.
Yes, I would agree that some issues have been superseded by the policy position in the LDP, for example.
The airport concurs with that.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. So you would, on page 16, you would generally, based on that, you would generally agree that the diagram set out there for phase 1 is relevant to my consideration in terms of that. It's on page 16, figure 7. So that's just an example of that element of master planning is still relevant to how I consider this application.
Yes, I would agree that that diagram
yeah.
is very much relevant.
Yeah. It's just as an example, figure 7, page 16. Phase 1 is highlighted as indicative master plan. Airport, have you got any comments to?
I'm just trying to get to the
core document 10. Sorry,
I've got it actually. The wee circle going round, so it's
all right,
buffering
okay,
just now. But
the applicant. That diagram, as I understand it, indicates a layout for a future sort of master plan for phase 1. I was just asking whether that's one of the considerations that's still relevant as that doesn't appear in the LDP. Airport, have you got any particular comments on that? No.
Just, we're generally neutral on that.
Yeah.
Sorry, let's talk about
Yeah.
avoiding piecemeal development. I recall that from looking at it.
And the applicant?
Yes, obviously it reflects the work that had been done at that time, and matters have obviously since moved on, as Mr Newton Council referred to, in terms of the detailed dialogue during the pre-application stages involving the Council and Architecture and Design Scotland. So it does reflect a passage in time. I would just add that caveat. What obviously endures on the same page are the aims in the top right-hand corner there.
In terms of transport and movement matters more specifically, we've discussed the policy context of the STP and the LDP, and we'll come on to chat through SPP. Would you agree that those documents, STP and LDP, i.e. the development plan and SPP, provide a more up-to-date land use framework in terms of movement and access? Or are there any particular matters with regard to movement and access that are not updated by those documents with reference to the West Edinburgh Design Framework?
I think as far as movement and access is concerned, the LDP position isn't significantly different, certainly in terms of points of access, hierarchy of streets. Where there is some difference perhaps is the updated parking standards that have followed the LDP.
And the airport?
I think also there's been evolution in terms of street design guidance, the council's own street design guidance, which does set up a more detailed position. But I think that's also very much informed that the supporting information that the council submitted, the applicant submitted as part of the application.
The airport, anything specifically on transport and access? Have suggested that the SDP and the LDP, and as we'll discuss, SPP, set out the current policy framework. Is there anything particular in the West Edinburgh Design Framework that I should take into account with regard to movement and access?
No, sir.
And for the applicant?
I think there's maybe only one thing to draw your attention to, sir, and that's on page 13. In the first column, it does talk about overall mode share targets for West Edinburgh, including the airport, the Royal Highlands Centre and the International Business Gateway. We talked earlier on before lunch today about mode share targets, and there wasn't really any targets set in any of the documentation we discussed previously. There is some targets mentioned in this document here. Now, whether they are relevant or not, there are some targets in there mentioned that are worth drawing your attention to.
Yeah, there's a question on that coming up. So, okay. Just to clarify that, drilling down a little bit further, is that I think I heard earlier on that it was the WETA first study that informed or was done in parallel with this framework. Is that fair to say, given the timing of it? The other studies weren't around at that time. So, okay. Council happy with that? Yeah.
Yes, we're happy
Okay.
with that.
Airport, anything to add? I'm just clarifying that it was the work of that contributed to the WETA study that informed the framework.
That's correct, sir. That's paragraph 6.1. I think it actually says that. It makes a reference to the West Edinburgh transport appraisal, WETA was undertaken in 2009 to inform this document, so that bears out. So.
Nothing to add in particular?
Nothing further to add.
Okay.
I was just going to say the same as the airport, that section 6.1, page 14 of core document 10 clarifies WETA.
Yes, that particular paragraph clearly clarifies that.
Okay. Now back on to figure 7 and 8, and it's just simply because we have them open just now, and we may have them open again tomorrow, but I suspect we might not have this document open tomorrow. On page 17, the white dashed lines around the Dumbbells roundabout and Eastfield Road, does that indicates a proposed road improvement and similar the Gogar roundabout? I'm correct in that?
Yeah, although there's no actual key in relation to that diagram, I think that's what it is intended to convey, is the upgrading of Eastfield Road and the Dumbbells.
Is that your understanding, the airport?
So the IBG2...
I don't know the position, so it would seem a plausible explanation, I have to say. It's certainly the key transport corridor going into the development. And it shows the Dumbbells and Eastfield Road.
Yes, so this IBG Principle 2 clearly provides an explanation of the upgrading of Eastfield Road and the Dumbbell roundabout. Cross-references it with the figure 7.
And that points us to figure 7, doesn't it? Yeah, okay. So the follow-on from that is that in that framework, is it fair to suggest that the improvements goes all the way down to the roundabout outside this hotel, as far as that diagram's concerned?
Yes, you would extend as far as the roundabout.
Okay. Yeah. And I'll take you, actually, just now, Ms Watson, yep.
Yeah, I was going to ask, can I just ask if that's an up-to-date plan? Because the white lines on where the Dumbbell roundabout is, that would suggest that you're looking to have maybe two tunnels. Would that suggest that, or is that just the two roundabouts? I'm being maybe a bit silly. What that actually means.
I think it's just for illustrative purposes, but I think I'll let the council answer that.
I would say it is indicative, yes.
Of two tunnels, or just with roundabouts?
I don't think it goes as far as that. I think it's just to illustrate the kind of principle of improving the junction as a whole.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And from the airport's perspective, do you understand that the road improvements that's highlighted under IBG2 goes down Eastfield Road to the roundabout outside this hotel, not the further.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting, sir, because we just started to look at Appendix 1 of that document where the various measures are described. And if you could have that before you, it would be helpful.
I have it right in front of me.
You'll see in the little table, and I'm having to scroll up here, so the table's probably got a name for it. No, it doesn't. It's the table on the right-hand side across from 1, but under dualling of Eastfield Road and replacement of Dumbbells, that's, I believe, what that you're referring to in the diagram. It says a dual road along the whole length of the A8 Dumbbells to the roundabout at the airport. Now, in the diagram we looked at first, that dualling or the road intervention measures do not go as far up as the Edinburgh airport. They go some way short of that. Now, so we'll see some slight contradiction between the drawing and the text. And just want to point out, sir, that the text seems quite unequivocal that the dualling goes along the whole length of the A8 to the airport roundabout.
It was always my understanding, sir, that the dualling was the full length of Eastfield Road.
And as we know in the applicant's development, the IBG development does not propose dualling. It only goes up to basically where the access goes into along Eastfield Road and into the development on the west, east.
So We'll go back to figure 7 then and just clarify which roundabout it goes up to. But it goes up to the one outside the hotel and not the further roundabout. And we're all quite happy with that's what is illustrated by that diagram. Applicant?
Yes, that's what's illustrated by the diagram.
Yeah.
Just to add to that, we believe the white line portrays the extent of the adopted road.
Is that your understanding of the extent of the adopted road, the airport?
That's true, sir. It's the point of adoption. Or not adoption, as the case may be, beyond the Hilton roundabout.
Sir, if it may assist, the limit of adoption in the council's records is to the end of Eastfield Road to the roundabout. The roundabout outside the hotel is not actually adopted.
Which is accurately drawn actually there, because it just falls short of the roundabout. So obviously a fair degree of thought possibly went into this diagram. Is that fair to say?
I wasn't involved directly with the preparation, but certainly from what I knew of it, yes, that would be the case.
That's replicated again in figure 8, where it illustrates the development potential for the IBG as a whole. We have the Eastfield Road all the way down to just about the roundabout as a road intervention there. So it's replicated from figure 7 into figure 8.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Sort of, it may assist in terms of figure 8, which seems to be a wider version of figure 7. The dashed white line that goes up Eastfield Road to the, I'll call it the Hilton roundabout, also shows access to the west. Presumably that's the Royal Highland Centre's expansion plans at some point at the currency of this document. So it may well be that the dualling of Eastfield Road to the Hilton roundabout was to serve that rather than IBG Phase 1.
Following that logic, not want to be too pedantic, then you wouldn't anticipate that the dashed line would go all the way to the Hilton roundabout on figure 7, but it does. But perhaps leave that point.
Yeah, I accept your point.
Given that we've seen the diagrams and the airport has taken us to Appendix 1 before, I could, in terms of describing the proposal within the framework, the transport mitigation for Eastfield Road was dualling from Dumbbells down to the Hilton roundabout. That's what the framework says. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And the airport?
So if I've understood you correctly, it will be during the whole length of the Dumbbells. Sorry, the whole length of the Eastfield Road from the Dumbbells to and including the airport roundabout. So it will be the airport.
But as far as what's illustrated on the on the diagram,
yes.
Yeah. I take it that there's a little bit of confusion in terms of the written description, but the applicant, anything to add to that?
Yes, and I believe, I wasn't involved in this study at the time, it predates my involvement, but I suspect if we dug back into the original WETA report from 2010, that these measures there would be as a consequence of the WETA study from 2010, which has clearly been superseded with the follow-up studies that have happened since 2010.
Okay, thank you. Ms Watson, anything particular on Eastfield Road for the moment? I'm going to turn to Moj here, and I think you took us to the diagram actually, it was or the table on page 13, and that's the table that shows motor vehicle movements per 100 persons. Now that I think we're quite clear that it has been the WETA study that influenced that. am I clear to read into that there is clearly an indication that there would be a lower vehicle movement? There's 33 from 100 for the IBG. I assume that's the whole site of the IGB, as opposed to other developments in and around the airport and the Royal Highland Centre. That's what that table's telling us, isn't it, Council?
Yes.
Concur, sir.
The airport.
That would appear to be the case. I don't know if it's worth mentioning now, but we can obviously come on to mode share as it is and where to refresh either today or tomorrow. There's an updated position on this.
Which is exactly my follow-on question, is this still a relevant consideration? So I'll just allow you to carry on.
I would suggest not.
So
we would concur. I think the position has moved on from what he's shown here.
So is this an instance where matters have moved on in terms of this framework? And does it illustrate that I should be cautious about taking too much from this framework, given that quite a lot of it has been updated?
I should just add that in the paragraph above the table, it does talk about overall sustainable transport target of around 50% of trips being made by means other than the private car. So I think there is still some relevance to this.
But in terms of contribution to that, I suppose at this point, does the framework not point towards that IBG is contributing, if you like, disproportionately towards that target? Because obviously there are others that the Royal Highland Centre with a slightly higher. So the overall aim might have been 50%, but for the International Business Gateway, there seems to be an understanding in this, from my reading of it, that it was going to contribute lesser a value in terms of mode share. Is that a fair conclusion to draw from this framework, which is, as we've said, is now 10 years old?
I mean, that would appear to be the case. I don't know what the reasoning for that was, okay. I'm afraid.
Yeah. Airport, anything to add to what I've...
The airport concurs with your stance on that, sir.
Applicant, anything to add to that discussion? We will go on to what the current position is tomorrow, possibly at greater length, but it was just to kind of... This item, gives me a clue as to the currency and how much weight I need to attach to this document. But welcome any other comments you have.
I would still suggest that the core document 10 is still a material consideration. It does provide useful information in terms of the master plan and how it's evolved over the last 10 years. There are parallels to be drawn from the master plan as it was 10 years ago and the master plan that's before you now. They're very, very similar. So there are links to these documents in the past. In terms of your question on the mode sharing here, again, I wasn't involved in this document at the time, but it would appear to be that IBG was, I wouldn't say penalised, but they were contributing more towards this overall 50% mode share target than the other developments listed in that table, potentially, but I don't know the reason behind that.
I think, as we've discussed before with travel plans, but a travel plan has indicated that would be expected for generation of significant amounts of travel. But I think we've covered that earlier on in terms of policy requirements clearly in the SDP and the LDP already. So that probably supersedes what the framework says in terms of the targets. Moving on to the park and ride at Ingleston, page 17. and I think it's IBG 10, just at the bottom of page 17. Does that give us any further clues about what the thinking was then about where or if the park and ride facility was to move? It seemed to give an either-or option, so not necessarily a clear framework there, but we've discussed the current position as far as the LDP is concerned, but does that IBG 10 principle give me any further clues as to what I should take into account with regard to park and ride and long-term aspirations for the council?
Certainly as far as IBG 10 is concerned, I mean, it does talk about, firstly, the potential relocation. I would point out at the time the guidance was prepared, proposals to potentially take the tram to Newbridge were still kind of in the frame at that time, and that is still a safeguard in the LDP. It may be taken forward at some point in the future. It also talks about reprovision of spaces on the site in a different format, and I think in our report of handling we did certainly acknowledge that factor, that the nature of the current park and ride site may change over time, whether that's looking at some form of deck parking solution or expansion of that, or so reprovision, reformatting of those spaces. But I think the role of the park and ride site is anticipated that would change. Weta does talk particularly about the establishment of a potential transport hub, and that may sort of serve a limited park and ride function, possibly integrated with some form of transport interchange with the tram stop and buses.
Maybe follow up with the council. That IBG 10 sort of indicates that in a different format may provide the opportunity for a high quality gateway development at the entrance of Eastfield Road. Does that in any way imply that the current situation doesn't provide that opportunity for a high quality gateway to the IBG?
I think an important part of the master planning has acknowledged the presence of the park and ride in its existing form. At the end of the day, it's a large area of surface parking, and that does present challenges in terms of placemaking. So we've always been very conscious of that, and I think that's what ultimately informed the master planning approach, that the potential redevelopment of that site or partial redevelopment of that was considered as part of the master planning process.
At the airport, do you have anything to contribute to that discussion?
Sort of the such as it is in a policy terms, it's simply expressing the potential for something to happen. It may or may not happen, sir. I don't think it can take us too far. Clearly, it strays away from Edinburgh Airport's principal concerns, which are about transport assessment. This is really a land use consideration as much as anything, sir. If the development is round the wrong way, or if something needs to happen to the park and ride by way of its relocation, but we'll be turning to this tomorrow about the possibility of the park and ride being used by users of the IBG for parking needs to be considered, sir. I mean, obviously the council say they've considered it from a kind of aesthetic, landscaping, gateway perspective, but I think tomorrow we will need to address what measures the council are intended to take to control parking there to prevent it being inadvertently used by the IBG development.
And as you'd expect, there will be some discussion and questions around that. I think the council want to come in just before I come back to that, the applicant.
Sorry. In addition to the points that Mr McKay's raised about placemaking, I'd also say that the council entirely recognised that the control and management of that site would inevitably have to change once development came on stream, if you weren't to undermine any kind of broader parking objectives you might be trying to achieve for the site.
to the applicant now.
I think in answer to your question, which was in relation to IBG 10, I think this states the position that was prevalent at the time of writing this document, that if the park and ride site was relocated to Newbridge, then there was an opportunity to master plan that part of the site for a feature development on the entrance to the International Business Gateway. I think that's all that we can read into that paragraph from my point of view.
Can I just add as well, sorry sir, that insofar as it relates to illustrative material that's before you, that's obviously been taken on board and reflected in the planning application.
And just to again to follow up, I mean, this framework didn't identify any alternative sites, although it was looking across a wider area, obviously, than the IBG. So there aren't any alternatives. So that framework in 2010 didn't suggest any alternatives for the park and ride. Is that a fair position?
I think that's a fair comment. I think the potential issue of being relocation has certainly been picked up as part of other documents, such as the Weta refresh.
Anything to add on that comment from the airport? No. Applicant, no. Okay. Okay. Just a quick question on Code Document 11, Landscape Framework. I just simply don't want to go through it in detail, but just given the discussion we've had and that we've found that there are quite a number of elements that may be a touch out of date as far as that framework is concerned. What advice would you provide me with regard to the currency of the landscape framework, the West Edinburgh Landscape Framework, again to the Council?
Again, I think the age of the West Edinburgh Landscape Framework is 2011, so again it's at the older end of the spectrum in terms of planning guidance. However, I think it's still very much relevant, very much material to the proposal we have before us. And I think when you're talking about issues such as landscape and open space provision, it does require a strong framework and a strong vision. It's having that sort of stable position to inform the implementation of effective landscaping and ensuring that sufficient levels of open space are made as part of the master planning process. I mean, I'd probably anticipate there may be a case for reviewing that as part of the emerging city plan process, depending on the nature of the sites and development which may eventually come forward. But it has informed the provision of strategic open spaces as part of IBG, particularly the LDP proposal GS6, which identifies 3 areas of open space within the site.
From the airport's perspective, anything on the currency or relevance of that framework for me?
Sir, the airport's view is one of larger neutrality about this, but if you actually look at the reference on page 11 to Eastfield Road, it's of some relevance, sir, and I'd just like to briefly address you on that. If you can see that, it's the top left-hand corner of page 13, sir, where it says Eastfield Road. And this is what's important for the airport. Eastfield Road remains the major link from the airport and one of the ways in which visitors experience their arrival in the city. Then it talks about the proposed dualling of the road provides opportunities to introduce an integrated series of landscape and SUDS measures aimed at creating a distinctive character to the route. Just observe there, sir, that it's talking about the dualling of the whole of Eastfield Road, not just up to the point which is included in phase 1 of the IBG application. It's not a major point, sir, just an observation.
Anything from the applicant's point of view with regard to the currency of the 2011 landscape framework?
Just a couple of points, just to concur with Mr. Newton of the Council in terms of this document having informed the preparation of the planning application. We also see it reflected in some of the development principles for West Edinburgh in the LDP. So to that extent, it does certainly have some currency.
And Ms Watson, anything in particular?
Yeah, the LDP is a subsequent document to the one that we're looking at just now. Yeah, so if we're looking at the height, it does say here 4 stories across, and again I'm back to the bit in the corner, I suppose it's relevant to me, where the LDP then talks about, as you're approaching green spaces, the height of the building should be coming down. So whether that's not necessarily being taken into account at the time when the master plan was drawn up, I would like that, would like anybody to kind of respond to that. But the height of the buildings towards the green spaces should really be coming down in height. And since I live in the green space, that obviously has quite a bit of relevance to myself.
Does the applicant, in general terms, wish to respond to the proposals with regard to height parameters? Is there anything generally you'd like to say?
Sir, it's actually an awkward situation because you had indicated that master planning was not going to be discussed at the hearing except in relation to policy. So the best people to talk about the master planning approach aren't here. I think the appropriate way to deal with it would be if you decided that it was relevant for you maybe to subsequently issue a procedure notice that we could respond to in writing.
Really just to, if there was the opportunity to respond, I've seen the representations, I'm aware of the documentation, so I don't think I need a further procedure for it, but it was just on the day, if there was anything you wanted to say in response. I've taken a note, and I've got Ms Watson's original submission, and what she may choose to say later as well, but it was just in case you wanted to respond. I'm happy to move on.
Just briefly, sir, it's maybe something that will come up in conditions on the third day in terms of the material that is put forward for approval at the PPP stage, and which also applications for matter specifying conditions are to be substantially in accordance with. Some of that material relates to parameters around heights, but obviously reserves, because we're not dealing with the footprint of actual buildings at this point in time, reserves, those precise matters of siting height for the MSC stages. So I do believe that there's a strong enough framework of conditions in place to deal with the points that have been raised by Ms Watson.
Okay, thank you.
So, I appreciate that we hadn't anticipated master planning was going to be discussed in depth, but if need be, the council will be in a position probably to try and respond to some of the queries that Mrs Watson maybe has, if that's required.
I was simply given the opportunity for the applicant to respond. I think I've clearly understood what Ms Watson's points are, and I think I've got enough information to look at. Just because I'm not asking questions doesn't mean they're not important. The matters that I've identified for this hearing and the other 2 hearings are the matters that I require some detail on and some discussion on. That doesn't say that other matters won't be a substantial part of my report to ministers, so just to make that very clear for everyone. So national planning policy now. Item 4. Are all the parties content that the application should be treated as a national development? There we go, that's the question to the council.
Yes, we're content that it's a national development.
The airport.
Answer. I would say potentially part of the development can be considered to be national development, but that is only that part of the development that relates to employment and business uses. And that is clear from the description of what is to be national development and what is not to be. And so therefore, all of the remaining uses, which are not employment uses, such as hotels, retail, financial, professional services, food and drink, residential, non-residential, assembly and leisure, sui generis flatted developments, are not part of national development, sir. That's not to say that the development shouldn't otherwise get an extra shove in the back from the presumption, development plan presumption in favour of national development, sir, but the difficulty I have with agreeing that this is absolutely national development, even so far as the employment uses are concerned, is because of the nature of the description of what is of what would otherwise be national development, and it is described in the national planning framework. And quoting from memory here, it is strategic enhancements to the airport. So in my submission, sir, the IBG development should only receive attention and status as a national development, provided that it is an enhancement to Edinburgh Airport. In circumstances as we have here, where the transport effects have not been properly assessed, understood, and necessarily mitigated, we cannot agree that it is a strategic enhancement to the airport. It may be, sir, if that assessment were carried out, it may well be, but we don't know that at the moment, and I don't think we can be comfortable in conceding that ground, sir.
I'm going to turn back to the Council just before I come to the applicant, just if you've got any supplementary comments to make after that submission by the airport.
I think when we get an application and a description in, I think it's very difficult to take a description and pick it apart as to whether it's a national development or a major development. It's definitely a major development. Is it then between a major and a national development? The quantum of floor space for business exceeds the 10,000 square metres and the site area exceeds 2 hectares. So 58% of the development is therefore falling comfortably within that national framework. The rest is then ancillary, and I think it's, as Mr McKee described it there, it was about strategic airport enhancements and should only be about supporting the airport. The need section, I think, on page 77 of the National Planning Framework is also interesting, and it says that these classes of development support the key gateway and hub function of airports, and it also these areas have been identified for commercial and mixed uses supporting the economic development opportunities which are particularly suited to these locations. So there's already a hint within the National Planning Framework there as well about sort of mixed uses supporting the hub function, the commercial activity within these areas as well. So I don't think it can be quite seen in isolation of it's purely the business use, it's purely the 10,000 square metres, and it's purely the strategic airport enhancements where you've got that description of needs that falls underneath.
Thank you for that. And you're referring to the appendix in NPF3, which on page 76 and 77 sort of explains the criteria. Does the applicant have anything particular to say on national development?
Thank you, sir. I'll start off, and Mr Newton will pick up. Just to respond to the particular issue Mr McKee raised about strategic airport enhancements, I would submit that's a misreading of the section on page 76 and 77 that Ms Campbell was referring to. It is headed up strategic airport enhancements, but it then goes on to specifically identify classes of development as Ms Campbell went through. So I would submit it's quite clear from the wording that those classes of development, according to the NPF, are the strategic enhancements, and that it's quite inappropriate to go back over and say, do those enhance the airport? Because this is intended to be a description of the national development and set out the need for that national development. So just on that specific point, I would agree with what Ms Campbell said, that the important thing here is what the description of the classes of development says in relation to that, specifically 2B and the thresholds of exceeding the 10,000 square metres or exceeding the 2 hectares. I'll hand over to Mr Newton because I know he's got some other points he wants to make.
Just a couple of points. I appreciate it's a withdrawn document. I'm talking about the West Edinburgh planning framework, but insofar as it helps to confirm the evolution of policy in the MPF, the 2008 version, paragraph 4 states, referring to MPF 2 at the time, which included, as we see in MPF 3, Edinburgh Airport enhancements. Draft MPF 2 proposes a number of designated national developments, of which Edinburgh Airport enhancement, incorporating all the elements of the West Edinburgh planning framework, is one. As we know, within the West Edinburgh planning framework, it was all about West Edinburgh as a national asset, and by the time we get to the 2008 version, we see the IBG being a key part of that. So I just to reiterate the points that Mr Collin made, I have the same view that it can only be referring to the IBG proposals also. One other brief point, if I may, is that I personally wouldn't necessarily expect to see reference in the NPF to listing all the ancillary uses that may go alongside national development. To pick on one example, page 70 of NPF 3 relates to Ravenscraig, and I'll just get the right document that's been lodged, if I may, sir. It's APP 401, which is the committee report that came forward for mixed-use development at Ravenscraig. That included a whole host of ancillary uses, hotels, new town centre, including retail, leisure, business and housing. So some parallels I would submit to the case we have now, but referring back to the Ravenscraig, in NPF 3 we don't see any reference to those ancillary uses because, as I say, I wouldn't expect to see that in a national planning framework.
Okay, well, I've heard what everyone... you want to come back?
Right, so starting point here is that this is the national planning framework. The national planning framework identifies Edinburgh Airport as one of the most important, nationally important pieces of infrastructure in Scotland. It is Scotland's busiest airport, we know that. Therefore, that is why any enhancement to that airport would be per se national development, provided it meets the criteria. So that's where it comes from, sir. It's the airport that's important. It's nationally important. If you do or undertake development that enhances it, i.e. improves it, and does not negatively affect it, then that is, provided it qualifies within the 2A to F, that is national development. Now, I find the arguments from the council and from the applicant somewhat lacking, sir, because if a development fulfilling any of the criteria came forward and it did not enhance the airport, i.e. in the current case where we're concerned about negative impacts on Eastfield Road, I cannot see in any way how that could be an enhancement. Now, on the point about Ravenscraig, that's obviously a separate development. The council's position in their hearing statement is very clear, sir, and that's in their description of the policy context, which is on page page 3. And they say that this is national development because it's identified as an industrial and business use within within criteria C. And criteria C, and I have to say I agree with them, that this development could, the business use part of this development, be considered as national development under 2C because it meets the threshold. It has it's probably it's well over 10,000 square metres, but it also exceeds 2 hectares. So it does qualify, but it doesn't qualify if it's not an enhancement, sir, and that's the point. Also, I don't think you can infer in here that the development of hotels, retail, and all of the other uses which added together make up the IBG could qualify under criteria 2C, and it's not for the applicant nor the council to infer what should be within that criteria if that criteria does not set that out, which in the current case it clearly doesn't, sir.
Would you agree that the whole of the application site is contained within the site which is identified on page 77, which has a red line boundary around a number of airports, but Edinburgh in particular? So the IBG phase 1 is within that red line boundary. I think everyone will probably agree with that.
I can do, sir, but that's a different question from the actual uses that are intended to be conducted within that red line boundary.
But the question was, I might understand what you said, but I just want to make sure that, because it's quite a small plan, but I think the development is contained within.
It does, sir. I can see the AA passing between the two sites. It's on both sides of the AA. I'm very confident that will include all of the IBG phase 1 and all of the phases, sir.
Okay.
If all of that were business use, then that would all be national development, sir, but not if it didn't enhance the airport.
I'll possibly let the councillors just have the last say on this one. I've heard what everyone has had to say. Is there anything from what you've heard from the applicant or from the airport, you'd like to add to what you've already said?
Sir, perhaps just from the councillor thinking about it, if I could add just a couple of very brief comments. On the issue of whether the development enhances the airport, just to point out, as I understand Mr McKee's submission, the only reference to enhancement is in the title on page 76 under, well, it's National Development 10. I've not heard any reference to any other part of the MPF imposing an enhancement test. The other observation I wanted to make was the question you asked and has been discussed in some detail, what is the extent of the national development? If I can just note the reverse proposition, there's nothing within this number 10, or indeed any other part of the MPF, that says if you have something which is part national development and part not national development, that somehow creates a reason for refusal. So I think we have to contextualise the issue, and I would suggest that the extent to which the development is or isn't national development is maybe perhaps a bit of a distraction, because we seem to be in general agreement that 52, 58%, I can't remember, we've got the note, is national development. So I would suggest that's all that really matters for the purposes of determining this application.
Thank you. I would just observe in terms of the location, that first criteria, if you like, one location, adjoining land identified for mixed industrial and business use at Edinburgh, Glasgow and Prestwick. So that provides a bit of context and useful context for me to determine whether it's a national development or not. Not that that's necessarily going to be influential in terms of my recommendation to ministers, but it's just useful to clarify these points. in my report. So we're quite happy to... Council.
Yeah, just had something further just on that consideration of the airport and the economic enhancement test that Mr Collar referred to in terms of the airport. On page... electronic page... No, it was Mr Collar. It's electronic page 21 of the National Planning Framework. It specifically goes into Edinburgh and the role that Edinburgh has, rather than just focusing down in on that national development test that we see on page 76. And there it says sort of West Edinburgh is a significant location for investment with the airport, the showground and the international business gateway. Talks about coordinated development and planning to achieve a successful business-led city extension. And to me that starts to bring in the other uses. It's about a city extension. It's not just an business to support the development. It is about a proper city extension for international investment, new jobs and a high quality of place. And I think that starts to add in these other uses that we've been talking about in terms of a national development.
Thank you. I did say you would get the last word on that, so thank you for that. Turning now to SPP, which is core document 202. Given the age of the SDP, is the presumption in favour of sustainable development given any elevated relevance in this case? For the council first.
Yes, I think we would always come back now to the SPP and the presumption in favour of development that contributes to sustainability with our policies, and the decisions are guided by that principle.
Given that the SDP is over 5 years old, would you suggest that in my considerations the elevated position of that presumption is in place?
Yes, I would believe that it would be in place for us, yes.
And the airport?
Presumption in favour of sustainable development does apply. It's got a number of criteria on there, sir, but it's about sustainable development, and the airport's position is a decision maker is severely hampered due to the proper assessment of one of the key elements of achieving sustainable development, which is the assessment of its transport effects. And if we haven't done that, how do we know whether it's sustainable development? So my view is it's premature to engage the policy principles of sustainability, or the sustainability test with the 13 bullet points, until one knows that the transport effects have been properly assessed. And all of that means, sir, travel plans, mode share targets, effect on the park and ride, that all needs to be looked at before we even get to this, sir. You could say that it supports good design. This isn't good design, sir, because the transport effects haven't been assessed.
The applicant, your view, given the age of the SDP, whether the presumption applies it in that elevated role when you have an out-of-date plan?
We do, sir, and I would like to draw attention specifically to page 9 of SPP, where we have the principal policies, and we see the SPP introducing a presumption in favour of development that contributes to sustainable development. In particular, would like to draw reference to paragraph 29. This means that decisions, policies are relevant also, I should add, given the discussion today, should be guided by the following principles. It then goes on to list a number of those principles by bullet point. In our submission, the vast majority of those apply to this application in terms of the case that's before you.
Thank you. Staying with SPP, if you take a trip through to paragraph 286, I think, further on in the document, just a question of relevancy with regard to transport assessments, coming back to that matter that we touched on in terms of LDP and SDP. So paragraph 286, straightforward sort of answers. I'm just scrolling through. Yeah, so that paragraph is relevant. Is that the case, Councillor?
Yes, I think it's definitely relevant, and particularly sort of spinning it forward into the development in terms of paragraph 287 as well, in terms of it's not just about car modes. And I think earlier in the document, paragraph 46, it talks about easy to move around places and development that considers place and the needs of people before the movement of motor vehicles, and I think that's definitely linked into transport assessments, number of trips and things as well.
And that paragraph that you mentioned, 284, also references transport assessment and implementation guide, and we'll talk about what guides influence transport assessments tomorrow. But airport, any particular comment on that, or is it a straightforward it applies?
So, yes, it is the airport's position that this development will generate significant increase in traffic in sensitive location due to the number of trips, and the transport assessment should be carried out to fulfil this policy. If you don't, then you'll be recommending approval of an application which is contrary to policy. But, sir, could we just go back for a second to look at paragraph 270, which is obviously in the build-up to that paragraph, which is of not inconsiderable relevance. And in 270 it sets out the pattern of development which national policies should support, and one of the key documents, and you'll see key documents at 271, is the transport assessment guidance, which is a core document. So we might be talking about this tomorrow, but I just simply take this opportunity to say that that is the key Scottish Government advice on the need for transport assessments. It contains both the criteria that would trigger a transport assessment, which this development clearly does. It also sets out the important assessments and modelling that need to be brought through, and indeed the need for mode share targets to be looked at and travel plans.
Thank you. And that is indeed the guidance that we'll discuss under item 2B tomorrow. So for the applicant, in terms of paragraph 286, that's relevant to my consideration.
Yes, sir. Going back to your original question, in terms of paragraph 286, it's, we feel it's extremely relevant to the case at hand. I think what's key here is that I'll read it out in whole because it's very important. Where a new development or a change of use is likely to generate a significant increase in the number of trips, a transport assessment should be carried out. This should identify any potential cumulative effects. I think cumulative effects was something that was severely missed earlier on, which need to be addressed.
Okay, thank you for bringing that to my attention.
I would also just like, I'd just like to highlight that cumulative effects is actually clarified in the glossary on page 71.
Thank you. If we take a trip back to para 279 now, we've talked about travel plans, but and we've talked about sites and locations generating significant traffic. To the council, first off, what do you think is meant by subject to parking restraint policies? I think it's probably reiterated again in para 281, but with regard to paragraph 279 of SPP, what do you think is meant by subject to parking restraint policies? at locations where are well served by public transport subject to parking restraint policies.
I mean, it could cover a whole range of different things in terms of parking restraint policies, whether it's reduced parking measures, controlled parking zones, limited on-street parking, no visitor spaces. There's a whole raft of different parking tools that we have. It could be charging at specific price points that deter car ownership for businesses coming in. So there's a whole raft of restraints that could be used for parking in these locations.
Perhaps, paragraph 281 explains it, but just your views on the policy direction seem to be in areas where it is well served by public transport, then the national policy seems to be suggesting parking restraint. In areas that are not so well served, then that can be less restrictive, and that seems to be what paragraph 279 and 281 are saying. Is that a fair summary of what SPP is saying with regard to large developments located in areas that are well served by public transport?
Yes, I would agree with your conclusions there, sir, yes.
And the airport?
Well, sir, it does mean what the council are saying. It means parking restraint policies perhaps exercised on the development, but unusually here, we've heard the spectre of the need for potential parking restraints on the Ingliston Park and Ride as well, because it could be adversely affected by this. There's also an important reference in that sentence to where these are supported by measures to promote the availability of high-quality public transport. Now, appreciate we have the tram there. We will hear tomorrow about the availability in terms of capacity of the tram and the extent to which the development is proposing to support travel by bus, so, which is another important consideration.
And are these points to that applicant?
Yes, paragraph 279 is quite clear actually. It talks about significant travel generating uses should be sited at locations, and then it goes on to say which are well served by public transport, and I take this to be which are well served by public transport and subject to parking restraint policies and supported by measures to promote the availability of high quality public transport services. In other words, significant travel generating uses should be in the locations which are supported by all three of these criteria.
Is that your interpretation, Council?
Yes, that would be our interpretation.
Okay. Airport, do you want to say anything on that?
So the only point I would make is that if you're reading down in this document, I'm just wanting to make you aware of what is given by way of guidance for development management, i.e. you're in the Minister's role at paragraph 287, sir, which I think is telling. So I can address you briefly on that, sir, but it says at paragraph 287, planning permission should not be granted for significant travel generating uses at locations which would increase the reliance on car, and where, then in the third bullet point, sir, it says the transport assessment, again we have the requirement for this, does not identify satisfactory ways of meeting sustainable transport requirements. So a couple of things in that, sir. Obviously there has to be a satisfactory solution for meeting sustainable transport requirements, but those measures are intended to have been identified in the transport assessment, which paragraph 2, I think is it 270, unquestionably requires.
Any last words from the applicant on that matter?
I don't think there's anything else to add other than to say that we do comply with paragraph 287.
Okay, thank you. And a final point, I'm just picking certain matters in SPP to discuss. Obviously, the whole document is relevant, but paragraph 289 just mentions electric vehicle and charging points should always be considered as part of any new development where appropriate. Is that relevant for a PPP application, would you say? to the Council first.
I think it's always difficult with electric charging points and being prescriptive within conditions relating to electric vehicle charging points, because we found that technology is changing so quickly in this field, and where you might condition a certain type of electric charging, the market and the development is going so quickly in this field. We do have our policy does require 1 in 6 spaces for electric vehicle charging spaces, and that would come through as part of the AMC details. We wouldn't necessarily condition that at this time.
And you're referring to the parking standards in the Edinburgh Design Guidance when you're talking about those standards, aren't you?
Yes, I'm referring to the parking standards.
Yeah. Anything from the airport?
None, sir.
The applicant? Okay. Ms. Watson, anything? Okay. We've got to the end of item 4, and we agreed it would have 30 minutes. Are you still wanting 30 minutes or 30 minutes? Okay. And then I'll be tight on the 10 minutes each. And Ms. Watson, you'll have the opportunity, if you wish, to summarise your key matters. They should be taken from our discussion from today. There may be opportunities in other days to raise other matters. So we'll be back here at 4 o'clock for 10 minutes each. That isn't a target. That's just a maximum.
Sir, if I could just mention, I'm not sure about my legal colleagues, but I wouldn't need as long as half an hour. So I just throw that out. I appreciate it's been quite a lengthy day already.
To go, opportunity for closing remarks. As I indicated, 10 minutes isn't a target. Anything under that will be gratefully received. And the Council will go first, followed by the airport. Mrs. Watson is choosing not to say anything today, but she may say something tomorrow, and closing with the applicant. And then at the end of that, I'll just have a couple of concluding remarks about timetable for tomorrow. So, Mr. Nielsen.
Thank you, sir. If we keep this brief, so the Council's position remains that the development is supported by and complying with national planning policy. Assessment of the development is, of course, against the development plan, and the Council's detailed position in compliance with the development plan has been set out in the report to committee and indeed in our hearing statement. So I'm only focusing briefly here on transport policy matters that we've discussed today. So the Council's position remains that the comprehensive transport assessment has been provided by the Weta Refresh and additional transport information in this case, and that is in accordance with the local development plan provisions on this. The West Edinburgh Strategic Design Guidance remains current and a relevant material planning consideration. It informed both the LDP and indeed the master planning process for IBG Phase 1. The application meets local development plan parking policy standards and indeed, in our view, the requirements of the newly updated Edinburgh Design Guidance on this subject, and it's a matter that can be adequately controlled going forward via condition. I'm sure that will be a matter to discuss in due course. Del1 of the local development plan provide a strong basis for securing all necessary infrastructure contributions in respect to this development. As I've set out earlier today, despite the Minister's direction on the supplementary guidance not adopted, the supplementary guidance does remain in this case a highly relevant material consideration to developer contributions for this specific proposal, in particular in terms of transport, given the detailed WETA work that has taken place and the detailed work that informs it compared with other areas of the city where the Minister's direction may quite rightly apply. Otherwise, I reserve our position on any other matters to come, but that's our position from today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. The starting point, sir, is to remind everyone here that the ministers have called in this application not due to the importance of the IBG development, but, and I quote, sir, to allow further consideration of the transport impacts of the IBG development in view of the national importance of West Edinburgh. And clearly the focus of today has been on the assessment of those transport impacts. Because the west of Edinburgh is nationally important, my submission is that one of the key characteristics that it possesses is it is the location of Scotland's busiest airport, my client, Edinburgh Airport. And because of that, Edinburgh Airport must therefore be nationally important. We had some discussion about the status of this development, which is important in terms of recommending to the Minister. What status does it enjoy under NPF3? The airport remains of the position that the IBG development, insofar as it relates to business use, could be national development, but it could only exist in such a form if it were an enhancement to the airport. And I think that is the most obvious and clear-cut interpretation from NPF3. We have reached a degree of agreement between the parties. I think in paragraph 287 of SPP, I think Mr. Bissett conceded that in development management terms, an application which does not have an adequate transport assessment should be refused. I think we've also got agreement from the Council that a transport assessment is required and is stipulated as a mandatory component in development management terms through their local development plan, through Scottish planning policy, and indeed, in my submission, the WETA refresh. I think where we disagree is what that transport assessment should contain. The Council, and I believe the applicant's position, is that it can be made up of an amalgam of the WETA refresh, the WETs, plus the documents which have been submitted in support of the application by the applicant. That is not the airport's position. We will discuss this in more detail tomorrow. The approach which I would ask that you take, sir, is the approach to policy interpretation set out in Tesco against Dundee City Council, Supreme Court 2012, and it's the judgment of Lord Reid, who's a Scottish judge but is now, as you may know, President of the Supreme Court. He stated in judgment there that the planning policy documents are carefully drafted. They are considered statements of policy. They are published in order to inform the public of the approach which will be followed by planning authorities and, in this case, Sir Scottish ministers, and they should be followed unless there is a good reason to depart from them. Tesco advises that policy should be interpreted objectively in accordance with language used and always read in proper context. He states, perhaps humorously, but of importance, sir, that planning authorities, and this indeed the Scottish ministers, and perhaps the applicants here, do not live in a world of Humpty Dumpty. They cannot make the policies mean what they would like them to mean. And in my view, the important policies which are before you, sir, in terms of the local development plan, the national planning framework, Scottish planning policy, and WETA, and indeed CES plans, sir, unequivocally point to the mandatory requirement for a transport assessment, something which, for the life of me, I cannot think why the Council did not require, nor why the applicant did not offer it up. We have the situation where the language used, and it's not even discretionary language. We have the language in the development plan which talks about detailed transport assessments, that they must be delivered, sir. They have to be comprehensive. The local development plan contains a glossary where it talks about the need, again, for a comprehensive assessment to enable the transport effects to be properly understood. And that has simply not been carried out, sir. It's baffling because the Council, as I said, wrote to the applicants on the 5th of July 2018, quoting one of the paragraphs, I think it was either 10.5 or 3.11 of WETA, which specifically requires that, in addition, for all development, a detailed transport assessment is required. Quite how the Council and the applicants agreed not to fulfil on that original insistence can be discussed tomorrow, sir. So the airport, sir, remains of the position that everything clearly points to a transport assessment and it simply has not been carried out. That's why at the beginning of the proceedings today, sir, I was giving a further, perhaps, gesture to the applicant and the council that we could still agree, assist to have that put forward, sir, but I see no indication of any further documents being put forward. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. If I could hand over to the applicant.
Thank you very much, sir. Conscious that this is the concluding remarks on the policy session, and as my colleagues have indicated, much to discuss, particularly tomorrow, on the specific transportation impacts, so I'm not going to dwell on those. As with my colleagues, I'm not going to go back over in any great detail. You've got your notes on the discussion today. I'm going to make some comments on the overall position. Legally speaking, the starting point is indeed the development plan, and as we are all familiar with, that, in the context of this application in particular, is the strategic development plan and the local development plan. To pause for a moment, the national planning framework, which Mr McKee is placing considerable emphasis on, is not part of the development plan. And I think very significantly in this context, it predates the adoption of the local development plan. So not only does the law say the local development plan is to be given primacy because it's part of the development plan, I think even that timing aspect reiterates the importance of the local development plan and what it says. And I would agree, sir, with Mr McKee's mention of the Tesco case and the reference to us not being in the world of Humpty Dumpty. And I've made the submission already in terms of the interpretation, but I would suggest it's quite clear that Mr McKee is not following what the Tesco case says, and he is interpreting it to mean what he wants it to mean rather than what it says. In terms of the local development plan position, the development plan position, as I touched on earlier, the discussion at the hearing of necessity gives a very piecemeal picture, and I appreciate you're going away. You're going to look at your detailed notes from today, from the other sessions, from the whole application package. But I think it is important to end today by just reminding ourselves that the recommendation you make to ministers, the decision has to focus on the development plan as a whole. As we mentioned earlier today, primarily that's about the policies. The supporting text is important, but it's the policies that matter. The discussion today has largely focused on transport. Again, I think we need to remind ourselves that other aspects are also important. And both Mr Newton, Ms Campbell mentioned the importance of placemaking. I think it's really important that we do bear that in mind going away from today's discussion. Transportation is not the be-all and end-all. There are other very important aspects to this. On transportation, without going through the detail of the various policies, it's quite clear that read as a whole, the issue is about the sufficiency of information. It's not what we call the documents, it's about what is in those documents, and that's very much the discussion for tomorrow. And again, noting we end up with a very piecemeal situation where we've sort of mentioned in passing many of the aspects but said, oh, we'll talk about those tomorrow. And in terms of the sufficiency of information, and I think, again, this is really important in contextualising, what matters is not just the policies, but how the policies apply to this site, to this development. And there was important comments about that all the way through today. And we can't just take things in isolation. It's how it relates to this development. And we will hear tomorrow some of the transportation issues which make this site, this development, quite different from other ones. Unusually, for these sorts of hearings, we're in a situation where everyone agrees, and I don't think I'm misrepresenting the situation, that this development, the principle of this development, is supported by the development plan, and there's a long history of that development plan support. We've also touched on the particular aspect of the business development being supported by the MPF as a national development. And just in closing, what I would say from the discussion today, properly read, all the various policy documents that we've mentioned today, but especially the development plan, all of those policy documents support this development. And that's all the concluding remarks I wanted to make. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you all for achieving your targets. I've just got a few matters which relate to tomorrow more than anything else, but just to give you a heads up. We don't have another room, a bigger room, so I will adjust the tables as best we can. I think we can do that, but that will all be done for you in the morning. The rest of the conference facility is full. We were assured when we booked that the room was a lot bigger than the previous room, but that is the case, and I will use our ingenuity to try and allow as many seats as possible. But I just wanted to provide you with that advice just now. We're starting at 9:30. How did you find an hour for lunch today? Was that enough? Leading to a suggestion that it was 45 minutes too little? Because I might suggest that in the morning, rather than wasting time in the morning. I'm just going to go through these matters just now. Is that I think today's illustrated. It takes some time to go through matters, and I don't want to use up valuable time if we can squeeze a little bit off lunch. So I will be suggesting 45 minutes for lunch. The other matter that I'll just raise is that if there is agreement that you would like to make closing remarks on transportation matters, we have the option of having those on Thursday morning if we're running out of time tomorrow night. So just to bear that in mind as a potential suggestion, if we're getting close to 4, 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow, there is the option of running over, and that might be a convenient thing to do. That's not a proposal, but I'm just flagging that up so I don't waste time discussing that in the morning. We'll probably revisit that in the afternoon tomorrow. Is there any particular update on the documents? Have you circulated the 2 documents that we agreed, the park having standards, and if are all parties, have they had a chance to look? They're quite happy that no issue with them being submitted as part of the hearing documents. No? Well, all I can do is advise perhaps the council to email them to the case officer, and they'll be updated on the system, and they'll probably get emailed to me in the morning. Okay.
So just on that, while we're all actually together, it might be as easy for us to agree what the numbering is. I know that's a silly little detail, but it's the kind of thing that can end up more complicated than it should be.
Are they going to be part of the core documents? Is that a straightforward way of doing it? Just so we'll allow the council to add them onto the core document list, and if you give those numbers to the case officer, and if we need to refer them to them tomorrow, then we know which numbers we're talking about. Okay. That's all I've got to say. Thank you very much for your attendance today and your good behaviour, and hopefully a safe journey home, and we'll see you 9:30 sharp tomorrow. Thank you very much.